Chapter IX of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception. Chapter IX. On Logic in General. Logic, dialectic, and rhetoric go together, because they make up the whole of a technique of reason, and under this title they ought also to be taught: logic as the technique of our own thinking, dialectic of disputing with others, and rhetoric of speaking to many, concionatio, thus corresponding to the singular, dual, and plural, and to the monologue, the dialogue, and the panegyric. Under dialectic I understand, in agreement with Aristotle, Metaphysics 3:2 and Analytica Posteriora 1:11, the art of conversation directed to the mutual investigation of truth, especially philosophical truth. But a conversation of this kind necessarily passes more or less into controversy. Therefore dialectic may also be explained as the art of disputation. We have examples and patterns of dialectic in the Platonic dialogues. But for the special theory of it, thus for the technical rules of disputation, eristics, very little has hitherto been accomplished. I have worked out an attempt of the kind, and given an example of it, in the second volume of the Parerga. Therefore I shall pass over the exposition of this science altogether here. In rhetoric, the rhetorical figures are very much what the syllogistic figures are in logic. At all events they are worth considering. In Aristotle's time they seem to have not yet become the object of theoretical investigation, for he does not treat of them in any of his rhetorics, and in this reference we are referred to Rutilius Lupus, the epitomizer of a later Gorgias. All the three sciences have this in common, that without having learned them we follow their rules, which indeed are themselves first abstracted from this natural employment of them. Therefore, although they are of great theoretical interest, they are of little practical use, partly because, though they certainly give the rule, they do not give the case of its application, partly because in practice there is generally no time to recollect the rules. Thus they teach only what every one already knows and practices of his own accord, but yet the abstract knowledge of this is interesting and important. Logic will not easily have a practical value, at least for our own thinking. For the errors of our own reasoning scarcely ever lie in the inferences nor otherwise in the form, but in the judgments, thus in the matter of thought. In controversy, on the other hand, we can sometimes derive some practical use from logic, by taking the more or less intentionally deceptive argument of our opponent, which he advances under the garb and cover of continuous speech, and referring it to the strict form of regular syllogisms, and thus convicting it of logical errors. For example, simple conversion of universal affirmative judgments, syllogisms with four terms, inferences from the consequent to the reason, syllogisms in the second figure, with merely affirmative premises, and many such. It seems to me that the doctrine of the laws of thought might be simplified if we were only to set up two: the law of excluded middle and that of sufficient reason. The former thus: every predicate can either be affirmed or denied of every subject. Here it is already contained in the either or that both cannot occur at once, and consequently just what is expressed by the laws of identity and contradiction. Thus these would be added as corollaries of that principle which really says that every two concept spheres must be thought either as united or as separated, but never as both at once. And therefore, even although words are brought together which express the latter, these words assert a process of thought which cannot be carried out. The consciousness of this infeasibility is the feeling of contradiction. The second law of thought, the principle of sufficient reason, would affirm that the above attributing or denying must be determined by something different from the judgment itself, which may be a pure or empirical perception, or merely another judgment. This other and different thing is then called the ground or reason of the judgment. So far as a judgment satisfies the first law of thought, it is thinkable; so far as it satisfies the second, it is true. Or at least in the case in which the ground of a judgment is only another judgment, it is logically or formally true. But finally, material or absolute truth is always the relation between a judgment and a perception, thus between the abstract and the concrete or perceptible idea. This is either an immediate relation, or it is brought about by means of other judgments, that is, through other abstract ideas. From this it is easy to see that one truth can never overthrow another, but all must ultimately agree, because in the concrete or perceptible, which is their common foundation, no contradiction is possible. Therefore no truth has anything to fear from other truths. Illusion and error have to fear every truth, because through the logical connection of all truths, even the most distant must sometimes strike its blow at every error. The second law of thought is therefore the connecting link between logic and what is no longer logic, but the matter of thought. Consequently, the agreement of the conceptions, thus of the abstract idea with what is given in the perceptible idea, is on the side of the object truth, and on the side of the subject knowledge. To express the union or separation of two concept spheres, referred to above, is the work of the copula is not. Through this, every verb can be expressed by means of its participle. Therefore all judging consists in the use of a verb, and vice versa. Accordingly, the significance of the copula is that the predicate is to be thought in the subject, nothing more. Now consider what the content of the infinitive of the copula to be amounts to. But this is a principal theme of the professors of philosophy of the present time. However, we must not be too strict with them. Most of them wish to express by it nothing but material things, the corporeal world, to which, as perfectly innocent realists at the bottom of their hearts, they attribute the highest reality. To speak, however, of the bodies so directly appears to them too vulgar, and therefore they say being, which they think sounds better, and think in connection with it the tables and chairs standing before them. For, because, why, therefore, thus, since, although, indeed, yet, but, if, then, either, or, and more like these, are properly logical particles, for their only end is to express the form of the thought processes. They are therefore a valuable possession of the language, and do not belong to all in equal numbers. Thus zwar, the contracted es ist wahr, seems to belong exclusively to the German language. It is always connected with an aber, which follows or is added in thought, as if is connected with then. The logical rule that as regards quantity, singular judgments, that is, judgments which have a singular conception, notio singularis, for their subject, are to be treated as universal judgments, depends upon the circumstance that they are in fact universal judgments, which have merely the peculiarity that their subject is a conception which can only be supported by a single real object, and therefore only contains a single real object under it, as when the conception is denoted by a proper name. This, however, has really only to be considered when we proceed from the abstract idea to the concrete or perceptible, thus seek to realize the conceptions. In thinking itself, in operating with judgments, this makes no difference, simply because between singular and universal conceptions there is no logical difference. Immanuel Kant signifies logically all Immanuel Kant. Accordingly, the quantity of judgments is really only of two kinds, universal and particular. An individual idea cannot be the subject of a judgment, because it is not an abstraction. It is not something thought, but something perceived. Every conception, on the other hand, is essentially universal, and every judgment must have a conception as its subject. The difference between particular judgments, propositiones particulares, and universal judgments often depends merely on the external and contingent circumstance that the language has no word to express by itself the part that is here to be separated from the general conception, which forms the subject of such a judgment. If there were such a word, many a particular judgment would be universal. For example, the particular judgment, "Some trees bear gall nuts," becomes a universal judgment, because for this part of the conception "tree" we have a special word, "All oaks bear gall nuts." In the same way is the judgment "Some men are black" related to the judgment "All Negroes are black." Or else this difference depends upon the fact that in the mind of him who judges the conception which he makes the subject of the particular judgment has not become clearly separated from the general conception as a part of which he defines it. Otherwise he could have expressed a universal instead of a particular judgment. For example, instead of the judgment "Some ruminants have upper incisors," this, "All unhorned ruminants have upper incisors." The hypothetical and disjunctive judgments are assertions as to the relation of two, in the case of the disjunctive judgment even several, categorical judgments to each other. The hypothetical judgment asserts that the truth of the second of the two categorical judgments here linked together depends upon the truth of the first, and the falseness of the first depends upon the falseness of the second. Thus that these two propositions stand in direct community as regards truth and falseness. The disjunctive judgment, on the other hand, asserts that upon the truth of one of the categorical judgments here linked together depends the falseness of the others, and conversely. Thus that these propositions are in conflict as regards truth and falseness. The question is a judgment, one of whose three parts is left open. Thus either the copula "Is Caius a Roman or not?" or the predicate "Is Caius a Roman or something else?" or the subject "Is Caius a Roman or is it someone else who is a Roman?" the place of the conception which is left open may also remain quite empty. For example, "What is Caius?" Who is a Roman? The επαγωγη inductio is with Aristotle the opposite of the απαγωγη. The latter proves a proposition to be false by showing that what would follow from it is not true, thus by the instantia in contrarium. The επαγωγη, on the other hand, proves the truth of a proposition by showing that what would follow from it is true. Thus it leads by means of examples to our accepting something, while the απαγωγη leads to our rejecting it. Therefore the επαγωγη, or induction, is an inference from the consequents to the reason, and indeed modo ponente, for from many cases it establishes the rule from which these cases then in their turn follow. On this account it is never perfectly certain, but at the most arrives at very great probability. However, this formal uncertainty may yet leave room for material certainty through the number of the sequences observed. In the same way as in mathematics, the irrational relations are brought infinitely near to rationality by means of decimal fractions. The απαγωγη, on the contrary, is primarily an inference from the reason to the consequents, though it is afterwards carried out modo tollente, in that it proves the non-existence of a necessary consequent, and thereby destroys the truth of the assumed reason. On this account it is always perfectly certain, and accomplishes more by a single example in contrarium than the induction does by innumerable examples in favor of the proposition propounded. So much easier is it to refute than to prove, to overthrow than to establish. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 10. On the Syllogism. Although it is very hard to establish a new and correct view of a subject which for more than 2000 years has been handled by innumerable writers, and which, moreover, does not receive additions through the growth of experience, yet this must not deter me from presenting to the thinker for examination the following attempt of this kind. An inference is that operation of our reason, by virtue of which through the comparison of two judgments a third judgment arises, without the assistance of any knowledge otherwise obtained. The condition of this is, that these two judgments have one conception in common, for otherwise they are foreign to each other and have no community. But under this condition they become the father and mother of a child that contains in itself something of both. Moreover, this operation is no arbitrary act, but an act of the reason, which, when it has considered such judgments, performs it of itself according to its own laws. So far it is objective, not subjective, and therefore subject to the strictest rules. We may ask in passing whether he who draws an inference really learns something new from the new proposition, something previously unknown to him. Not absolutely, but yet to a certain extent he does. What he learns lay in what he knew. Thus he knew it also, but he did not know that he knew it, which is as if he had something but did not know that he had it, and this is just the same as if he had it not. He knew it only implicite, now he knows it explicite, but this distinction may be so great that the conclusion appears to him a new truth. For example, all diamonds are stones, all diamonds are combustible, therefore some stones are combustible. The nature of inference consequently consists in this, that we bring it to distinct consciousness that we have already thought in the premises what is asserted in the conclusion. It is therefore a means of becoming more distinctly conscious of one's own knowledge, of learning more fully or becoming aware of what one knows. The knowledge which is afforded by the conclusion was latent, and therefore had just as little effect as latent heat has on the thermometer. Whoever has salt has also chlorine, but it is as if he had it not, for it can only act as chlorine if it is chemically evolved. Thus only then does he really possess it. It is the same with the gain which a mere conclusion from already known premises affords. A previously bound or latent knowledge is thereby set free. These comparisons may indeed seem to be somewhat strained, but yet they really are not. For because we draw many of the possible inferences from our knowledge very soon, very rapidly, and without formality, and therefore have no distinct recollection of them, it seems to us as if no premises for possible conclusions remained long stored up unused, but as if we already had also conclusions prepared for all the premises within reach of our knowledge. But this is not always the case. On the contrary, two premises may have for a long time an isolated existence in the same mind, till at last some occasion brings them together, and then the conclusion suddenly appears, as the spark comes from the steel and the stone only when they are struck together. In reality, the premises assumed from without, both for theoretical insight and for motives, which bring about resolves, often lie for a long time in us, and become, partly through half-conscious and even inarticulate processes of thought, compared with the rest of our stock of knowledge, reflect upon, and, as it were, shaken up together, till at last the right major finds the right minor, and these immediately take up their proper places. And at once the conclusion exists as a light that has suddenly arisen for us, without any action on our part, as if it were an inspiration. For we cannot comprehend how we and others have so long been in ignorance of it. It is true that in a happily organized mind, this process goes on more quickly and easily than in ordinary minds. And just because it is carried on spontaneously and without distinct consciousness, it cannot be learned. Therefore Goethe says, "How easy anything is, he knows who has discovered it, he knows who has attained to it." As an illustration of the process of thought here described, we may compare it to those padlocks which consist of rings with letters. Hanging on the box of a travelling carriage, they are shaken so long that at last the letters of the word come together in their order, and the lock opens. For the rest, we must also remember that the syllogism consists in the process of thought itself, and the words and propositions through which it is expressed only indicate the traces it has left behind it. They are related to it as the sound figures of sand are related to the notes whose vibrations they express. When we reflect upon something, we collect our data, reduce them to judgments, which are all quickly brought together and compared, and thereby the conclusions which it is possible to draw from them are instantly arrived at by means of the use of all the three syllogistic figures. Yet on account of the great rapidity of this operation, only a few words are used, and sometimes none at all, and only the conclusion is formally expressed. Thus it sometimes happens that because in this way, or even merely intuitively, that is, by a happy aperçu, we have brought some new truth to consciousness, we now treat it as a conclusion and seek premises for it, that is, we desire to prove it, for as a rule knowledge exists earlier than its proofs. We then go through our stock of knowledge in order to see whether we can find some truth in it in which the newly discovered truth was already implicitly contained, or two propositions which would give this as a result if they were brought together according to rule. On the other hand, every judicial proceeding affords a most complete and imposing syllogism, a syllogism in the first figure. The civil or criminal transgression complained of is the minor, it is established by the prosecutor. The law applicable to the case is the major. The judgment is the conclusion, which therefore, as something necessary, is merely recognized by the judge. But now I shall attempt to give the simplest and most correct exposition of the peculiar mechanism of inference. Judging, this elementary and most important process of thought, consists in the comparison of two conceptions, inference in the comparison of two judgments. Yet ordinarily in textbooks, inference is also referred to the comparison of conceptions, though of three, because from the relation which two of these conceptions have to a third, their relation to each other may be known. Truth cannot be denied to this view also, and since it affords opportunity for the perceptible demonstration of syllogistic relations by means of drawn concept spheres, a method approved of by me in the text, it has the advantage of making the matter easily comprehensible. But it seems to me that here, as in so many cases, comprehensibility is attained at the cost of thoroughness. The real process of thought in inference, with which the three syllogistic figures and their necessity precisely agree, is not thus recognized. In inference we operate not with mere conceptions, but with whole judgments, to which quality, which lies only in the copula and not in the conceptions, and also quantity are absolutely essential, and indeed we have further to add modality. That exposition of inference as a relation of three conceptions fails in this, that it at once resolves the judgments into their ultimate elements, the conceptions, and thus the means of combining these is lost, and that which is peculiar to the judgments as such, and in their completeness, which is just what constitutes the necessity of the conclusion which follows from them, is lost sight of. It thus falls into an error analogous to that which organic chemistry would commit, if, for example, in the analysis of plants, it were at once to reduce them to their ultimate elements, when it would find in all plants carbon, hydrogen, and oxygen, but would lose the specific differences, to obtain which it is necessary to stop at their more special elements, the so-called alkaloids, and to take care to analyze these in their turn. From three given conceptions to no conclusion can as yet be drawn. It may certainly be said, the relation of two of them to the third must be given with them. But it is just the judgments which combine these conceptions that are the expression of this relation. Thus judgments, not mere conceptions, are the material of the inference. Accordingly, inference is essentially a comparison of two judgments. The process of thought in our mind is concerned with these and the thoughts expressed by them, not merely with three conceptions. This is the case even when this process is imperfectly or not at all expressed in words, and it is as such, as a bringing together of the complete and unanalyzed judgments, that we must consider it in order properly to understand the technical procedure of inference. From this there will then also follow the necessity for three really rational syllogistic figures. As in the exposition of syllogistic reasoning, by means of concept spheres, these are presented to the mind under the form of circles. So in the exposition by means of entire judgments, we have to think these under the form of rods, which for the purpose of comparison are held together now by one end, now by the other. The different ways in which this can take place give the three figures. Since now every premise contains its subject and its predicate, these two conceptions are to be imagined as situated at the two ends of each rod. The two judgments are now compared with reference to the two different conceptions in them. For, as has already been said, the third conception must be the same in both, and is therefore subject to no comparison, but is that with which, that is, in reference to which, the other two are compared. It is the middle. The latter is accordingly always only the means and not the chief concern. The two different conceptions, on the other hand, are the subject of reflection, and to find out their relation to each other by means of the judgments in which they are contained is the aim of the syllogism. Therefore the conclusion speaks only of them, not of the middle, which was only a means, a measuring rod, which we let fall as soon as it has served its end. Now if this conception, which is identical in both propositions, thus the middle, is the subject of one premise, the conception to be compared with it must be the predicate, and conversely. Here at once is established a priori the possibility of three cases. Either the subject of one premise is compared with the predicate of the other, or the subject of the one with the subject of the other, or finally the predicate of the one with the predicate of the other. Hence arise the three syllogistic figures of Aristotle. The fourth, which was added somewhat impertinently, is ungenuine and a spurious form. It is attributed to Galenus, but this rests only on Arabian authority. Each of the three figures exhibits a perfectly different, correct, and natural thought process of the reason in inference. If in the two judgments to be compared, the relation between the predicate of the one and the subject of the other is the object of the comparison, the first figure appears. This figure alone has the advantage that the conceptions which in the conclusion are subject and predicate both appear already in the same character in the premises, while in the two other figures one of them must always change its role in the conclusion. But thus in the first figure the result is always less novel and surprising than in the other two. Now this advantage in the first figure is obtained by the fact that the predicate of the major is compared with the subject of the minor, but not conversely, which is therefore here essential, and involves that the middle should assume both the positions, that is, it is the subject in the major and the predicate in the minor. And from this again arises its subordinate significance, for it appears as a mere weight which we lay at pleasure now in one scale and now in the other. The course of thought in this figure is that the predicate of the major is attributed to the subject of the minor, because the subject of the major is the predicate of the minor, or in the negative case the converse holds for the same reason. Thus here a property is attributed to the things thought through a conception, because it depends upon another property which we already know they possess, or conversely. Therefore here the guiding principle is nota notae est nota rei ipsius, et repugnans notae repugnat rei ipsi. If, on the other hand, we compare two judgments with the intention of bringing out the relation which the subjects of both may have to each other, we must take as the common measure their predicate. This will accordingly be here the middle, and must therefore be the same in both judgments. Hence arises the second figure. In it the relation of two subjects to each other is determined by that which they have as their common predicate. But this relation can only have significance if the same predicate is attributed to the one subject and denied of the other, for thus it becomes an essential ground of distinction between the two. For if it were attributed to both the subjects, this could decide nothing as to their relation to each other, for almost every predicate belongs to innumerable subjects. Still less would it decide this relation if the predicate were denied of both the subjects. From this follows the fundamental characteristic of the second figure, that the premises must be of opposite quality, the one must affirm and the other deny. Therefore here the principal rule is sit altera negans, the corollary of which is e meris affirmativus nihil sequitur. a rule which is sometimes transgressed in a loose argument, obscured by many parenthetical propositions. The course of thought which this figure exhibits distinctly appears from what has been said. It is the investigation of two kinds of things with the view of distinguishing them, thus of establishing that they are not of the same species, which is here decided by showing that a certain property is essential to the one kind which the other lacks. That this course of thought assumes a second figure of its own accord, and expresses itself clearly only in it, will be shown by an example. All fishes have cold blood. No whale has cold blood, thus no whale is a fish. In the first figure, on the other hand, this thought exhibits itself in a weak, forced, and ultimately patched up form. Nothing that has cold blood is a whale. All fishes have cold blood, thus no fish is a whale, and consequently no whale is a fish. Take also an example with an affirmative minor. No Mohammedan is a Jew. Some Turks are Jews, therefore some Turks are not Mohammedans. As a guiding principle for this figure, I therefore give, for the mood with a negative minor, qui repugnat nota etiam repugnat notatum, and for the mood with the affirmative minor, notato repugnat id qui nota repugnat. Translated, these may be thus combined. Two subjects which stand in opposite relations to one predicate have a negative relation to each other. The third case is that in which we place two judgments together in order to investigate the relation of their predicates. Hence arises the third figure, in which accordingly the middle appears in both premises as the subject. It is also here the tertium comparationis, the measure which is applied to both the conceptions which are to be investigated, or, as it were, a chemical reagent, with which we test them both in order to learn from their relation to it what relation exists between themselves. Thus, then, the conclusion declares whether a relation of subject and predicate exists between the two, and to what extent this is the case. Accordingly, what exhibits itself in this figure is reflection concerning two properties, which we are inclined to regard either as incompatible or else as inseparable, and in order to decide this we attempt to make them the predicates of one subject in two judgments. From this it results either that both properties belong to the same thing, consequently their compatibility, or else that a thing has the one but not the other, consequently their separableness. The former in all moods with two affirmative premises, the latter in all moods with one negative. For example, some brutes can speak. All brutes are irrational. Therefore some irrational beings can speak. According to Kant, Die falsche Spitzfindigkeit, section 4, this inference would only be conclusive if we added in thought, therefore some irrational beings are brutes. But this seems to be here quite superfluous, and by no means the natural process of thought. But in order to carry out the same process of thought directly by means of the first figure, I must say, all brutes are irrational, some beings that can speak are brutes, which is clearly not the natural course of thought. Indeed, the conclusion which would then follow, some beings that can speak are irrational, would have to be converted in order to preserve the conclusion which the third figure gives of itself, and at which the whole course of thought has aimed. Let us take another example. All alkalis float in water. All alkalis are metals. Therefore, some metals float in water. When this is transposed into the first figure, the minor must be converted, and thus runs, some metals are alkalis. It therefore merely asserts that some metals lie in the sphere alkalis, thus, while our actual knowledge is that all alkalis lie in the sphere metals, thus. It follows that if the first figure is to be regarded as the only normal one, in order to think naturally we would have to think less than we know, and to think indefinitely while we know definitely. This assumption has too much against it. Thus in general it must be denied that when we draw inferences in the second and third figures, we tacitly convert a proposition. On the contrary, the third and also the second figure exhibits just as rational a process of thought as the first. Let us now consider another example of the other class of the third figure, in which the separableness of two predicates is the result, on account of which one premise must here be negative. No Buddhist believes in a God. Some Buddhists are rational. Therefore, some rational beings do not believe in a God. As in the examples given above, the compatibility of two properties is the problem of reflection. Now their separableness is its problem, which here also must be decided by comparing them with one subject and showing that one of them is present in it without the other. Thus the end is directly attained, while by means of the first figure it could only be attained indirectly. For in order to reduce the syllogism to the first figure, we must convert the minor, and therefore say, some rational beings are Buddhists, which would be only a faulty expression of its meaning, which really is, some Buddhists are yet certainly rational. As the guiding principle of this figure, I therefore give, for the affirmative moods, ejusdem rei notae, modo sit altera universalis, sibi invicem sunt notae particulares, and for the negative moods, nota rei competens, notae eidem repugnanti, particulariter, repugnat modo sit altera universalis. Translated, if two predicates are affirmed of one subject, and at least one of them universally, they are also affirmed of each other particularly, and on the contrary, they are denied of each other particularly whenever one of them contradicts the subject of which the other is affirmed, provided always that either the contradiction or the affirmation be universal. In the fourth figure, the subject of the major has to be compared with the predicate of the minor, but in the conclusion they must both exchange their value and position, so that what was the subject of the major appears as the predicate of the conclusion, and what was the predicate of the minor appears as the subject of the conclusion. By this it becomes apparent that this figure is merely the first, wilfully turned upside down, and by no means the expression of a real process of thought natural to the reason. On the other hand, the first three figures are the ectypes of three real and essentially different operations of thought. They have this in common, that they consist in the comparison of two judgments, but such a comparison only becomes fruitful when these judgments have one conception in common. If we present the premises to our imagination under the sensible form of two rods, we can think of this conception as a clasp that links them to each other. Indeed, in lecturing one might provide oneself with such rods. On the other hand, the three figures are distinguished by this, that those judgments are compared either with reference to the subjects of both, or to the predicates of both, or lastly, with reference to the subject of the one and the predicate of the other. Since now every conception has the property of being subject or predicate only because it is already part of a judgment, this confirms my view, that in the syllogism only judgments are primarily compared, and conceptions only because they are parts of judgments. In the comparison of two judgments, however, the essential question is, in respect of what are they compared, not by what means are they compared. The former consists of the concepts which are different in the two judgments, the latter consists of the middle, that is, the conception which is identical in both. It is therefore not the right point of view which Lambert, and indeed really Aristotle, and almost all the moderns have taken in starting from the middle, in the analysis of syllogisms, and making it the principal matter, and its position the essential characteristic of the syllogisms. On the contrary, its role is only secondary, and its position a consequence of the logical value of the conceptions, which are really to be compared in the syllogism. These may be compared to two substances which are to be chemically tested, and the middle to the reagent by which they are tested. It therefore always takes the place which the conceptions to be compared leave vacant, and does not appear again in the conclusion. It is selected according to our knowledge of its relation to both the conceptions and its suitableness for the place it has to take up. Therefore in many cases we can change it at pleasure for another without affecting the syllogism. For example, in the syllogism, all men are mortal, Caius is a man, I can exchange the middle man for animal existence. In the syllogism, all diamonds are stones, all diamonds are combustible, I can exchange the middle diamond for anthracite. As an external mark by which we can recognize at once the figure of a syllogism, The middle is certainly very useful. But as the fundamental characteristic of a thing which is to be explained, we must take what is essential to it. And what is essential here is, whether we place two propositions together in order to compare their predicates or their subjects, or the predicate of the one and the subject of the other. Therefore, in order as premises to yield a conclusion, two judgments must have a conception in common. Further, they must not both be negative, nor both particular. And lastly, in the case in which the conceptions to be compared are the subjects of both, they must not both be affirmative. The voltaic pile may be regarded as a sensible image of the syllogism. Its point of indifference, at the centre, represents the middle, which holds together the two premises, and by virtue of which they have the power of yielding a conclusion. The two different conceptions, on the other hand, which are really what is to be compared, are represented by the two opposite poles of the pile. Only because these are brought together by means of their two conducting wires, which represent the copulas of the two judgments, is the spark emitted upon their contact, the new light of the conclusion. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 11. On Rhetoric. Eloquence is the faculty of awakening in others our view of a thing, or our opinion about it, of kindling in them our feeling concerning it, and thus putting them in sympathy with us. And all this by conducting the stream of our thought into their minds through the medium of words, with such force as to carry their thought from the direction it has already taken, and sweep it along with ours in its course. The more their previous course of thought differs from ours, the greater is this achievement. From this, it is easily understood how personal conviction and passion make a man eloquent, and in general, eloquence is more the gift of nature than the work of art. Yet here also, art will support nature. In order to convince another of a truth which conflicts with an error he firmly holds, the first rule to be observed is an easy and natural one. Let the premises come first, and the conclusion follow. Yet this rule is seldom observed, but reversed. For zeal, eagerness, and dogmatic positiveness urge us to proclaim the conclusion loudly and noisily against him who adheres to the opposed error. This easily makes him shy, and now he opposes his will to all reasons and premises, knowing already to what conclusion they lead. Therefore, we ought rather to keep the conclusion completely concealed, and only advance the premises distinctly, fully, and in different lights. Indeed, if possible, we ought not to express the conclusion at all. It will come necessarily and regularly of its own accord into the reason of the hearers, and the conviction thus born in themselves will be all the more genuine, and will also be accompanied by self-esteem instead of shame. In difficult cases we may even assume the air of desiring to arrive at a quite opposite conclusion from that which we really have in view. An example of this is the famous speech of Antony in Shakespeare's Julius Caesar. In defending a thing many persons err by confidently advancing everything imaginable that can be said for it, mixing up together what is true, half-true, and merely plausible. But the false is soon recognized, or at any rate felt, and throws suspicion also upon the cogent and true arguments which were brought forward along with it. Give then the true and weighty pure and alone, and beware of defending a truth with inadequate, and therefore, since they are set up as adequate, sophistical reasons. For the opponent upsets these, and thereby gains the appearance of having upset the truth itself which was supported by them. That is, he makes argumenta ad hominem hold good as argumenta ad rem. The Chinese go, perhaps, too far the other way, for they have the saying, he who is eloquent and has a sharp tongue may always leave half of a sentence unspoken, and he who has right on his side may confidently yield 3/10 of his assertion. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter XII. On the Doctrine of Science. From the analysis of the different functions of our intellect, given in the whole of the preceding chapters, it is clear that for a correct use of it, either in a theoretical or a practical reference, the following conditions are demanded. 1. The correct apprehension through perception of the real things taken into consideration, and of all their essential properties and relations, thus of all data. 2. The construction of correct conceptions out of these, thus the connotation of those properties under correct abstractions, which now become the material of the subsequent thinking. 3. The comparison of those conceptions, both with the perceived object and among themselves, and with the rest of our store of conceptions, so that correct judgments, pertinent to the matter in hand, and fully comprehending and exhausting it, may proceed from them. Thus the right estimation of the matter. 4. The placing together or combination of those judgments as the premises of syllogisms. This may be done very differently according to the choice and arrangement of the judgments, and yet the actual result of the whole operation primarily depends upon it. What is really of importance here is that from among so many possible combinations of those different judgments which have to do with the matter, free deliberation should hit upon the very ones which serve the purpose and are decisive. But if in the first function, that is, in the apprehension through perception of the things and relations, any single essential point has been overlooked, the correctness of all the succeeding operations of the mind cannot prevent the result from being false, for there lie the data, the material of the whole investigation. Without the certainty that these are correctly and completely collected, one ought to abstain, in important matters, from any definite decision. A conception is correct, a judgment is true, a body is real, and a relation is evident. A proposition of immediate certainty is an axiom. Only the fundamental principles of logic, and those of mathematics drawn a priori from intuition or perception, and finally also the law of causality, have immediate certainty. A proposition of indirect certainty is a maxim, and that by means of which it obtains its certainty is the proof. If immediate certainty is attributed to a proposition which has no such certainty, this is a petitio principii. A proposition which appeals directly to the empirical perception is an assertion. To confront it with such perception demands judgment. Empirical perception can primarily afford us only particular, not universal truths. Through manifold repetition and confirmation, such truths indeed obtain a certain universality also, but it is only comparative and precarious, because it is still always open to attack. But if a proposition has absolute universality, the perception to which it appeals is not empirical, but a priori. Thus, logic and mathematics alone are absolutely certain sciences, but they really teach us only what we already knew beforehand. For they are merely explanations of that of which we are conscious a priori, the forms of our own knowledge, the one being concerned with the forms of thinking, the other with those of perceiving. Therefore we spin them entirely out of ourselves. All other scientific knowledge is empirical. A proof proves too much, if it extends to things or cases of which that which is to be proved clearly does not hold good. Therefore it is refuted apagogically by these. The deductio ad absurdum properly consists in this, that we take a false assertion which has been made as the major proposition of a syllogism, then add to it a correct minor, and arrive at a conclusion which clearly contradicts facts of experience or unquestionable truths. But by some roundabout way, such a refutation must be possible of every false doctrine. For the defender of this will yet certainly recognize and admit some truth or other, and then the consequences of this, and on the other hand those of the false assertion, must be followed out, until we arrive at two propositions which directly contradict each other. We find many examples in Plato of this beautiful artifice of genuine dialectic. A correct hypothesis is nothing more than the true and complete expression of the present fact. which the originator of the hypothesis has intuitively apprehended in its real nature and inner connection. For it tells us only what really takes place here. The opposition of the analytical and synthetical methods we find already indicated by Aristotle, yet perhaps first distinctly described by Proclus, who says quite correctly, methodoi de paradidontai kalisti men idiatis analysios ep archin homologumenin anagusa to zitumenon in kai Platon osphasi laudamanti paredocen kappa tau lambda methodi traduntur sequentes pokerima quidem ea quae per analysin quaesitum refert ad principium de quo iam convenit quam etiam Plato laudamanti tradidisse dicitur in primum Euclidis librum 53. Certainly the analytical method consists in referring what is given to an admitted principle, the synthetical method, on the contrary, in deduction from such a principle. They are therefore analogous to the epagogy and apagogy explained in chapter 9, only the latter are not used to establish propositions, but always to overthrow them. The analytical method proceeds from the facts, the particular to the principle or rule, the universal, or from the consequents to the reason, the other conversely. Therefore it would be much more correct to call them the inductive and the deductive methods, for the customary names are unsuitable and do not fully express the things. If a philosopher tries to begin by thinking out the methods in accordance with which he will philosophize, he is like a poet who first writes a system of aesthetics in order to poetize in accordance with it. Both of them may be compared to a man who first sings himself a tune and afterwards dances to it. The thinking mind must find its way from original tendency. Rule and application, method and achievement must, like matter and form, be inseparable. But after we have reached the goal, we may consider the path we have followed. Aesthetics and methodology are, from their nature, younger than poetry and philosophy, as grammar is younger than language, thorough bass younger than music, and logic younger than thought. This is a fitting place to make in passing a remark by means of which I should like to check a growing evil while there is yet time. That Latin has ceased to be the language of all scientific investigations has the disadvantage that there is no longer an immediately common scientific literature for the whole of Europe, but national literatures. And thus every scholar is primarily limited to a much smaller public, and moreover to a public hampered with national points of view and prejudices. Then he must now learn the four principal European languages, as well as the two ancient languages. In this it will be a great assistance to him that the termini technici of all sciences, with the exception of mineralogy, are, as an inheritance from our predecessors, Latin or Greek. Therefore all nations wisely retain these. Only the Germans have hit upon the unfortunate idea of wishing to Germanize the termini technici of all the sciences. This has two great disadvantages. First, the foreign and also the German scholar is obliged to learn all the technical terms of his science twice, which, when there are many, for example in anatomy, is an incredibly tiresome and lengthy business. If the other nations were not in this respect wiser than the Germans, we would have the trouble of learning every terminus technicus 5 times. If the Germans carry this further, foreign men of learning will leave their books altogether unread. For besides this fault, they are for the most part too diffuse, and are written in a careless, bad, and often affected and objectionable style, and besides are generally conceived with a rude disregard of the reader and his requirements. Secondly, those Germanized forms of the termini technici are almost throughout long, patched up, stupidly chosen, awkward, jarring words, not clearly separated from the rest of the language, which therefore impress themselves with difficulty upon the memory, while the Greek and Latin expressions chosen by the ancient and memorable founders of the sciences possess the whole of the opposite good qualities, and easily impress themselves on the memory by their sonorous sound. What an ugly, harsh sounding word, for example, is Stickstoff instead of Azot. Verbum, substantive, adjective are remembered and distinguished more easily than Zeitwort, Nennwort, Beiwort, or even Umstandswort instead of adverbium. In anatomy it is quite unsupportable, and moreover vulgar and low. Even pulsader and blutader are more exposed to momentary confusion than artery and vene. But utterly bewildering are such expressions as Fruchtheter, Fruchtgang, and Fruchtleiter instead of uterus, vagina, and tuba fallopi, which yet every doctor must know, and which he will find sufficient in all European languages. In the same way, Speiche and Ellenbogenröhre instead of radius and ulna, which all Europe has understood for thousands of years. Wherefore, then, this clumsy, confusing, drawling, and awkward Germanizing? Not less objectionable is the translation of the technical terms in logic, in which our gifted professors of philosophy are the creators of a new terminology, and almost every one of them has his own. With G. E. Schulze, for example, the subject is called Grundbegriff, the predicate Beilegungsbegriff, then there are Beilegungsschlüsse, Voraussetzungsschlüsse, and Entgegensetzungsschlüsse. The judgments have Größe, Beschaffenheit, Verhältnis, and Zuverlässigkeit, that is, quantity, quality, relation, and modality. The same perverse influence of this Germanizing mania is to be found in all the sciences. The Latin and Greek expressions have the further advantage that they stamp the scientific conception as such, and distinguish it from the words of common intercourse, and the ideas which cling to them through association. While, for example, Speisebrei instead of Keim seems to refer to the food of little children, and Lungensack instead of pleura, and Herzbeutel instead of pericardium seem to have been invented by butchers rather than anatomists. Besides this, the most immediate necessity of learning the ancient languages depends upon the old termini technici, and they are more and more in danger of being neglected through the use of living languages in learned investigations. But if it comes to this, if the spirit of the ancients bound up with their languages disappears from a liberal education, then coarseness, insipidity, and vulgarity will take possession of the whole of literature. For the works of the ancients are the pole star of every artistic or literary effort. If it sets, they are lost. Even now we can observe from the miserable and puerile style of most writers that they have never written Latin. The study of the classical authors is very properly called the study of humanity, for through it the student first becomes a man again, for he enters into the world which was still free from all the absurdities of the Middle Ages and of Romanticism, which afterwards penetrated so deeply into mankind in Europe, that even now every one comes into the world covered with it, and has first to strip it off simply to become a man again. Think not that your modern wisdom can ever supply the place of that initiation into manhood. Ye are not, like the Greeks and Romans, born free men, unfettered sons of nature. Ye are first the sons and heirs of the barbarous Middle Ages and of their madness, of infamous priestcraft, and of half brutal, half childish chivalry. Though both now gradually approach their end, yet ye cannot yet stand on your own feet. Without the school of the ancients, your literature will degenerate into vulgar gossip and dull philistinism. Thus for all these reasons it is my well-intended counsel that an end be put at once to the Germanizing mania condemned above. I shall further take the opportunity of denouncing here the disorder which for some years has been introduced into German orthography in an unprecedented manner. Scribblers of every species have heard something of conciseness of expression, but do not know that this consists in the careful omission of everything superfluous, to which it is true the whole of their writings belong, but imagine they can arrive at it by clipping the words as swindlers clip coin, and every syllable which appears to them superfluous because they do not feel its value, they cut off without more ado. For example, our ancestors with true tact said Beweis and Verweis, but on the other hand Nachweisung. The fine distinction analogous to that between Versuch and Versuchung, Betracht and Betrachtung, is not perceptible to dull ears and thick skulls. Therefore they have invented the word Nachweis, which has come at once into general use, for this only requires that an idea should be thoroughly awkward, and a blunder very gross. Accordingly, a similar amputation has already been proposed in innumerable words. For example, instead of Untersuchung is written Untersuch; nay, even instead of allmählich, mählich; instead of beinahe, nahe; instead of beständig, ständig. If a Frenchman took upon himself to write près instead of presque, or if an Englishman wrote most instead of almost, they would be laughed at by every one as fools. But in Germany whoever does this sort of thing passes for a man of originality. Chemists already write löslich and unlöslich instead of unauflöslich, and if the grammarians do not rap them over the knuckles, they will rob the language of a valuable word. Knots, shoestrings, and also conglomerates of which the cement is softened, and all analogous things are löslich, can be loosed. But what is auflöslich, soluble, on the other hand, is whatever vanishes in a liquid, like salt and water. Auflösen, to dissolve, is the terminus ad hoc, which says this and nothing else, marking out a definite conception. But our acute improvers of the language wish to empty it into the general rinsing pan lösen, to loosen. They would therefore in consistency be obliged to make lösen also take the place everywhere of ablösen, to relieve, used of guards; auslösen, to release; einlösen, to redeem, etc., and in these, as in the former case, deprive the language of definiteness of expression. But to make the language poorer by a word means to make the thought of the nation poorer by a conception. Yet this is the tendency of the united efforts of almost all our writers of books for the last 10 or 20 years. For what I have shown here by one example can be supported by 100 others, and the meanest stinting of syllables prevails like a disease. The miserable wretches actually count the letters, and do not hesitate to mutilate a word, or to use one in a false sense, whenever by doing so they can gain 2 letters. He who is capable of no new thoughts will at least bring new words to market, and every ink slinger regards it as his vocation to improve the language. Journalists practice this most shamelessly, and since their papers, on account of the trivial nature of their contents, have the largest public, indeed a public which for the most part reads nothing else, a great danger threatens the language through them. I therefore seriously advise that they should be subjected to an orthographical censorship, or that they should be made to pay a fine for every unusual or mutilated word. For what could be more improper than that changes of language should proceed from the lowest branch of literature? Language, especially a relatively speaking original language like German, is the most valuable inheritance of a nation, and it is also an exceedingly complicated work of art, easily injured, and which cannot again be restored, therefore a nolo me tangere. Other nations have felt this, and have shown great piety towards their languages, although far less complete than German. Therefore the language of Dante and Petrarch differs only in trifles from that of today. Montaigne is still quite readable, and so also is Shakespeare in his oldest editions. For a German, indeed, it is good to have somewhat long words in his mouth, for he thinks slowly and they give him time to reflect. But this prevailing economy of language shows itself in yet more characteristic phenomena. For example, in opposition to all logic and grammar, they use the imperfect for the perfect and pluperfect. They often stick the auxiliary verb in their pocket. They use the ablative instead of the genitive. For the sake of omitting a couple of logical particles, they make such intricate sentences that one has to read them 4 times over in order to get at the sense, for it is only the paper and not the reader's time that they care to spare. In proper names, after the manner of Hottentots, they do not indicate the case either by inflection or article, the reader may guess it. But they are specially fond of contracting the double vowel and dropping the lengthening h, those letters sacred to prosody, which is just the same thing as if we wanted to banish e and o from Greek, and make ä and a take their place. Whoever writes Scham, Märchen, Maß, Spaß ought also to write Lohn, Sohn, Stadt, Satt, Jahr, Al, etc. But since writing is the copy of speech, posterity will imagine that one ought to speak as one writes, and then of the German language there will only remain a narrow, mouth-distorting, jarring noise of consonants, and all prosody will be lost. The spelling Literatur instead of the correct Literatur is also very much liked, because it saves a letter. In defense of this, the participle of the verb linere is given as the root of the word. But linere means to smear, therefore the favored spelling might actually be correct for the greater part of German bookmaking, so that one could distinguish a very small Literatur from a very extensive Literatur with one T. In order to write concisely, let a man improve his style and shun all useless gossip and chatter, and then he will not need to cut out syllables and letters on account of the dearness of paper. But to write so many useless pages, useless sheets, useless books, and then to want to make up this waste of time and paper at the cost of the innocent syllables and letters. That is truly the superlative of what is called in English being penny wise and pound foolish. It is to be regretted that there is no German academy to take charge of the language against literary sansculottism, especially in an age when even those who are ignorant of the ancient language venture to employ the press. I have expressed my mind more fully on the whole subject of the inexcusable mischief being done at the present day to the German language in my Parerga, Volume 2, Chapter 23. In my essay on the principle of sufficient reason, section 51, I already proposed a first classification of the sciences in accordance with the form of the principle of sufficient reason which reigns in them, and I also touched upon it again in sections 7 and 15 of the first volume of this work. I will give here a small attempt at such a classification, which will yet no doubt be susceptible of much improvement and perfecting. 1. Pure a priori sciences. Subsection 1. The doctrine of the ground of being. A. In space, geometry. B. In time, arithmetic and algebra. Subsection 2. The doctrine of the ground of knowing, logic. 2. Empirical or a posteriori sciences, all based upon the ground of becoming, that is, the law of causality, and upon the three modes of that law. Subsection 1. The doctrine of causes. A. Universal, mechanics, hydrodynamics, physics, chemistry. B. Particular, astronomy, mineralogy, geology, technology, pharmacy. Subsection 2. The doctrine of stimuli. A. Universal, physiology of plants and animals, together with the ancillary science anatomy. B. Particular, botany, zoology, zootomy, comparative physiology, pathology, therapeutics. Subsection 3. The doctrine of motives. A. Universal, ethics, psychology. B. Particular, jurisprudence, history. Philosophy or metaphysics as the doctrine of consciousness and its contents in general, or of the whole of experience as such, does not appear in the list, because it does not at once pursue the investigation which the principle of sufficient reason prescribes, but first has this principle itself as its object. It is to be regarded as the thorough base of all sciences, but belongs to a higher class than they do, and is almost as much related to art as to science. As in music, every particular period must correspond to the tonality to which thorough bass has advanced, so every author, in proportion to the line he follows, must bear the stamp of the philosophy which prevails in his time. But besides this, every science has also its special philosophy, and therefore we speak of the philosophy of botany, of zoology, of history, etc. By this we must reasonably understand nothing more than the chief results of each science itself, regarded and comprehended from the highest, that is, the most general, point of view, which is possible within that science. These general results connect themselves directly with general philosophy, for they supply it with important data, and relieve it from the labor of seeking these itself in the philosophically raw material of the special sciences. These special philosophies therefore stand as a mediating link between their special sciences and philosophy proper. For since the latter has to give the most general explanations concerning the whole of things, these must also be capable of being brought down and applied to the individual of every species of thing. The philosophy of each science, however, arises independently of philosophy in general, from the data of its own science itself. Therefore it does not need to wait till that philosophy at last be found. But if worked out in advance, it will certainly agree with the true universal philosophy. This, on the other hand, must be capable of receiving confirmation and illustration from the philosophies of the particular sciences. For the most general truth must be capable of being proved through the more special truths. Goethe has afforded a beautiful example of the philosophy of zoology in his reflections on Dalton's and Pander's skeletons of rodents (Hefte zur Morphologie, 1824). And like merit in connection with the same science belongs to Kielmeyer, Delamarck, Geoffroy St. Hilaire, Cuvier, and many others, in that they have all brought out clearly the complete analogy, the inner relationship, the permanent type, and systematic connection of animal forms. Empirical sciences pursued purely for their own sake, and without philosophical tendency, are like a face without eyes. They are, however, a suitable occupation for men of good capacity, who yet lack the highest faculties, which would even be a hindrance to minute investigations of such a kind. Such men concentrate their whole power and their whole knowledge upon one limited field, in which, therefore, on condition of remaining in entire ignorance of everything else, they can attain to the most complete knowledge possible; while the philosopher must survey all fields of knowledge, and indeed to a certain extent be at home in them, and thus that complete knowledge which can only be attained by the study of detail is necessarily denied him. Therefore the former may be compared to those Geneva workmen of whom one makes only wheels, another only springs, and a third only chains. The philosopher, on the other hand, is like the watchmaker, who alone produces a whole out of all these which has motion and significance. They may also be compared to the musicians of an orchestra, each of whom is master of his own instrument, and the philosopher, on the other hand, to the conductor, who must know the nature and use of every instrument, yet without being able to play them all, or even one of them with great perfection. Scotus Erigena includes all sciences under the name scientia, in opposition to philosophy, which he calls sapientia. The same distinction was already made by the Pythagoreans, as may be seen from Stobaeus, where it is very clearly and neatly explained. But a much happier and more piquant comparison of the relation of the two kinds of mental effort to each other has been so often repeated by the ancients that we no longer know to whom it belongs. Diogenes Laertius (279) attributes it to Aristippus; Stobaeus, Aristo of Chios, the scholiast of Aristotle, ascribes it to him (p. 8 of the Berlin edition), but Plutarch attributes it to Bio. Qui aiebat sicut Penelopes proci, cum non possent cum Penelope concumbere, rem cum eius ancillis habuissent, ita qui philosophiam nequeunt apprehendere, eos in aliis nullius preti disciplinis sese conterere. In our predominantly empirical and historical age, it can do no harm to recall this. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 13. On the Methods of Mathematics. Euclid's method of demonstration has brought forth from its own womb its most striking parody and caricature in the famous controversy on the theory of parallels, and the attempts, which are repeated every year, to prove the 11th axiom. This axiom asserts, and indeed supports its assertion, by the indirect evidence of a third intersecting line, that two lines inclining towards each other, for that is just the meaning of less than two right angles, if produced far enough must meet, a truth which is supposed to be too complicated to pass as self-evident, and therefore requires a demonstration. Such a demonstration, however, cannot be produced just because there is nothing that is not immediate. This scruple of conscience reminds me of Schiller's question of law. For years I have used my nose for smelling, Have I then actually a right to it that can be proved? Indeed, it seems to me that the logical method is hereby reduced to absurdity. Yet it is just through the controversies about this, together with the vain attempts to prove what is directly certain as merely indirectly certain, that the self-sufficingness and clearness of intuitive evidence appears in contrast with the uselessness and difficulty of logical proof, a contrast which is no less instructive than amusing. The direct certainty is not allowed to be valid here, because it is no mere logical certainty following from the conceptions, thus resting only upon the relation of the predicate to the subject according to the principle of contradiction. That axiom, however, is a synthetical proposition a priori, and as such has the guarantee of pure, not empirical perception, which is just as immediate and certain as the principle of contradiction itself, from which all demonstrations first derive their certainty. Ultimately this holds good of every geometrical theorem, and it is quite arbitrary where we draw the line between what is directly certain and what has first to be demonstrated. It surprises me that the eighth axiom is not rather attacked. Figures which coincide with each other are equal to each other. For coinciding with each other is either a mere tautology, or something purely empirical, which does not belong to pure perception, but to external sensuous experience. It presupposes that the figures may be moved, but only matter is movable in space. Therefore this appeal to coincidence leaves pure space, the one element of geometry, in order to pass over to what is material and empirical. The reputed motto of the Platonic lecture room, "Ageometritas, mi deis eicito," of which mathematicians are so proud, was no doubt inspired by the fact that Plato regarded the geometrical figures as intermediate existences between the eternal ideas and particular things, as Aristotle frequently mentions in his Metaphysics. Moreover, the opposition between those self-existent eternal forms or ideas and the transitory individual things was most easily made comprehensible in geometrical figures, and thereby laid the foundation of the doctrine of ideas, which is the central point of the philosophy of Plato, and indeed his only serious and decided theoretical dogma. In expounding it, therefore, he started from geometry. In the same sense we are told that he regarded geometry as a preliminary exercise through which the mind of the pupil accustomed itself to deal with incorporeal objects, having hitherto in practical life had only to do with corporeal things. This, then, is the sense in which Plato recommended geometry to the philosopher, and therefore one is not justified in extending it further. I rather recommend, as an investigation of the influence of mathematics upon our mental powers, and their value for scientific culture in general, a very thorough and learned discussion, in the form of a review of a book by Whewell, in the Edinburgh Review of January 1836. Its author, who afterwards published it with some other discussions with his name, is Sir W. Hamilton, Professor of Logic and Metaphysics in Scotland. This work has also found a German translator, and has appeared by itself under the title Über den Wert und Unwert der Mathematik, aus dem Englischen 1836. The conclusion the author arrives at is that the value of mathematics is only indirect, and lies in the application to ends which are only attainable through them. But in themselves mathematics leave the mind where they find it, and are by no means conducive to its general culture and development, nay, even a decided hindrance. This conclusion is not only proved by thorough dianoiological investigation of the mathematical activity of the mind, but is also confirmed by a very learned accumulation of examples and authorities. The only direct use which is left to mathematics is that it can accustom restless and unsteady minds to fix their attention. Even Descartes, who was yet himself famous as a mathematician, held the same opinion with regard to mathematics. In the Vie de Descartes par Baillet, 1693, it is said, "Sa propre expérience l'avait convaincu du peu d'utilité des mathématiques, surtout lorsqu'on ne les cultive que pour elles-mêmes. Il ne voyait rien de moins solide que de s'occuper de nombres tout simples et de figures imaginaires," etc. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. Translated by R.B. Haldane and J. Kemp. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Recording by Expatriate in Bangor, Maine. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 14, on the Association of Ideas. The presence of ideas and thoughts in our consciousness is as strictly subordinated to the principle of sufficient reason in its different forms as the movement of bodies to the law of causality. It is just as little possible that a thought can appear in the mind without an occasion as that a body can be set in motion without a cause. Now, this occasion is either external, thus an impression of the senses, or internal, thus itself also a thought which introduces another thought by means of association. This again depends either upon a relation of reason and consequent between the two, or upon similarity, even mere analogy, or lastly upon the circumstance that they were both first apprehended at the same time, which again may have its ground in the proximity in space of their objects. The last two cases are denoted by the word apropos. The predominance of one of these three bonds of association of thoughts over the others is characteristic of the intellectual worth of the man. The first named will predominate in thoughtful and profound minds, the second in witty, ingenious, and poetical minds, and the third in minds of limited capacity. Not less characteristic is the degree of facility with which one thought recalls others that stand in any kind of relation to it. This constitutes the activeness of the mind. But the impossibility of the appearance of a thought without its sufficient occasion, even when there is the strongest desire to call it up, is proved by all the cases in which we weary ourselves in vain to recollect something, and go through the whole store of our thoughts in order to find any one that may be associated with the one we seek. If we find the former, the latter is also found. Whoever wishes to call up something in his memory first seeks for a thread with which it is connected by the association of thoughts. Upon this depends mnemonics. It aims at providing us with easily found occasioners or causes for all the conceptions, thoughts, or words which are to be preserved. But the worst of it is that these occasioners themselves have first to be recalled, and this again requires an occasioner. How much the occasion accomplishes in memory may be shown in this way. If we have read in a book of anecdotes, say 50 anecdotes, and then have laid it aside immediately afterwards, we will sometimes be unable to recollect a single one of them. But if the occasion comes, or if a thought occurs to us which has any analogy with one of those anecdotes, it immediately comes back to us, and so with the whole 50 as opportunity offers. The same thing holds good of all that we read. Our immediate remembrance of words, that is, our remembrance of them without the assistance of mnemonic contrivances, and with it our whole faculty of speech, ultimately depends upon the direct association of thoughts. For the learning of language consists in this, that once for all we so connect a conception with a word, that this word will always occur to us along with this conception, and this conception will always occur to us along with this word. We have afterwards to repeat the same process in learning every new language. Yet if we learn a language for passive and not for active use, that is, to read but not to speak, as for example most of us learn Greek, then the connection is one-sided, for the conception occurs to us along with the word, but the word does not always occur to us along with the conception. The same procedure as in language becomes apparent in the particular case, in the learning of every new proper name. But sometimes we do not trust ourselves to connect directly the name of this person or town, river, mountain, plant, animal, etc., with the thought of each so firmly that it will call each of them up of itself, and then we assist ourselves mnemonically, and connect the image of the person or thing with any perceptible quality the name of which occurs in that of the person or thing. Yet this is only a temporary prop to lean on. Later we let it drop, for the association of thoughts becomes an immediate support. The search of memory for a clue shows itself in a peculiar manner in the case of a dream which we have forgotten on awaking, for in this case we seek in vain for that which a few minutes before occupied our minds with the strength of the clearest present, but now has entirely disappeared. We grasp at any lingering impression by which may hang the clue that by virtue of association would call that dream back again into our consciousness. According to Kieser, Tellurismus, memory even of what passed in magnetic somnambular sleep may possibly sometimes be aroused by a sensible sign found when awake. It depends upon the same impossibility of the appearance of a thought without its occasion, that if we propose to do anything at a definite time, this can only take place if we either think of nothing else till then, or if at the determined time we are reminded of it by something, which may either be an external impression arranged beforehand, or a thought which is itself again brought about in the regular way. Both, then, belong to the class of motives. Every morning when we awake, our consciousness is a tabula rasa, which, however, quickly fills itself again. First, it is the surroundings of the previous evening which now reappear, and remind us of what we thought in these surroundings. To this the events of the previous day link themselves on, and so one thought rapidly recalls the others, till all that occupied us yesterday is there again. Upon the fact that this takes place properly depends the health of the mind, as opposed to madness, which, as is shown in the third book, consists in the existence of great blanks in the memory of past events. But how completely sleep breaks the thread of memory, so that each morning it has to be taken up again, we see in particular cases of the incompleteness of this operation. For example, sometimes we cannot recall in the morning a melody which the night before ran in our head till we were tired of it. The cases in which a thought or a picture of the fancy suddenly came into our mind without any conscious occasion seem to afford an exception to what has been said. Yet this is for the most part an illusion, which rests on the fact that the occasion was so trifling, and the thought itself so vivid and interesting, that the former is instantly driven out of consciousness. Yet sometimes the cause of such an instantaneous appearance of an idea may be an internal physical impression, either of the parts of the brain on each other, or of the organic nervous system upon the brain. In general, our internal process of thought is in reality not so simple as the theory of it, for here it is involved in many ways. To make the matter clear to our imagination, let us compare our consciousness to a sheet of water of some depth. Then the distinctly conscious thoughts are merely the surface, while on the other hand, the indistinct thoughts, the feelings, the after sensation of perceptions, and of experience generally, mingled with a special disposition of our own will, which is the kernel of our being, is the mass of the water. Now the mass of the whole consciousness is more or less, in proportion to the intellectual activity, in constant motion, and what rise to the surface in consequence of this are the clear pictures of the fancy, or the distinct conscious thoughts expressed in words, and the resolves of the will. The whole process of our thought and purpose seldom lies on the surface, that is, consists in a combination of distinctly thought judgments, although we strive against this in order that we may be able to explain our thought to ourselves and others. But ordinarily it is in the obscure depths of the mind that the rumination of the materials received from without takes place, through which they are worked up into thoughts, and it goes on almost as unconsciously as the conversion of nourishment into the humours and substance of the body. Hence it is that we can often give no account of the origin of our deepest thoughts. They are the birth of our mysterious inner life. Judgments, thoughts, purposes rise from out that deep, unexpectedly and to our own surprise. A letter brings us unlooked for and important news, in consequence of which our thoughts and motives are disordered. We get rid of the matter for the present and think no more about it. But next day, or on the third or fourth day after, the whole situation sometimes stands distinctly before us, with what we have to do in the circumstances. Consciousness is the mere surface of our mind, of which, as of the earth, we do not know the inside, but only the crust. But in the last instance, or in the secret of our inner being, what sets in activity the association of thought itself, the laws of which were set forth above, is the will, which urges its servant the intellect, according to the measure of its powers, to link thought to thought, to recall the similar, the contemporaneous, to recognize reasons and consequents. For it is to the interest of the will that in general one should think, so that one may be well equipped for all cases that may arise. Therefore the form of the principle of sufficient reason, which governs the association of thoughts and keeps it active, is ultimately the law of motivation. For that which rules the sensorium, and determines it to follow the analogy or other association of thoughts in this or that direction, is the will of the thinking subject. Now, just as here the laws of the connection of ideas subsist only upon the basis of the will, so also in the real world the causal connection of bodies really subsists only upon the basis of the will, which manifests itself in the phenomena of this world. On this account the explanation from causes is never absolute and exhaustive, but leads back to forces of nature as their condition, and the inner being of the latter is just the will as thing in itself. In saying this, however, I have certainly anticipated the following book. But because now the outward, sensible, occasions of the presence of our ideas, just as well as the inner occasions, those of association, and both independently of each other, constantly affect the consciousness, there arise from this the frequent interruptions of our course of thought, which introduce a certain cutting up and confusion of our thinking. This belongs to its imperfections which cannot be explained away, and which we shall now consider as a separate chapter. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15, part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 15. On the Essential Imperfections of the Intellect, Part 1. Our self-consciousness has not space, but only time as its form, and therefore we do not think in three dimensions, as we perceive, but only in one, thus in a line without breadth or depth. This is the source of the greatest of the essential imperfections of our intellect. We can know all things only in succession, and can become conscious of only one at a time. Indeed, even of this one, only under the condition that for the time we forget everything else, thus are absolutely unconscious of everything else, so that for the time it ceases to exist as far as we are concerned. In respect of this quality, our intellect may be compared to a telescope with a very narrow field of vision, just because our consciousness is not stationary but fleeting. The intellect apprehends only successively, and in order to grasp one thing must let another go, retaining nothing but traces of it which are ever becoming weaker. The thought which is vividly present to me now must after a little while have escaped me altogether, and if a good night's sleep intervene, it may be that I shall never find it again, unless it is connected with my personal interests, that is, with my will, which always commands the field. Upon this imperfection of the intellect depends the disconnected and often fragmentary nature of our course of thought, which I have already touched on at the close of last chapter. And from this again arises the unavoidable distraction of our thinking. Sometimes external impressions of sense throng in upon it, disturbing and interrupting it, forcing different kinds of things upon it every moment. Sometimes one thought draws in another by the bond of association, and is now itself dislodged by it. Sometimes, lastly, the intellect itself is not capable of fixing itself very long and continuously at a time upon one thought, but as the eye when it gazes long at one object is soon unable to see it any more distinctly, because the outlines run into each other and become confused, until finally all is obscure, so through long continued reflection upon one subject, our thinking also is gradually confused, becomes dull, and ends in complete stupor. Therefore, after a certain time, which varies with the individual, we must for the present give up every meditation or deliberation which has had the fortune to remain undisturbed, but yet has not been brought to an end, even if it concerns a matter which is most important and pertinent to us. And we must dismiss from our consciousness the subject which interests us so much, however heavily our anxiety about it may weigh upon us, in order to occupy ourselves now with insignificant and indifferent things. During this time that important subject no longer exists for us. It is like the heat in cold water, latent. If now we resume it again at another time, We approach it like a new thing, with which we become acquainted anew, although more quickly, and the agreeable or disagreeable impression of it is also produced anew upon our will. We ourselves, however, do not come back quite unchanged, for with the physical composition of the humours and tension of the nerves, which constantly changes with the hours, days, and years, our mood and point of view also changes. Moreover, the different kinds of ideas which have been there in the meantime have left an echo behind them, the tone of which influences the ideas which follow. Therefore the same thing appears to us at different times, in the morning, in the evening, at midday, or on another day, often very different. Opposite views of it now press upon each other and increase our doubt. Hence we speak of sleeping upon a matter, and for important determinations we demand a long time for consideration. Now, although this quality of our intellect, as springing from its weakness, has its evident disadvantages, yet, on the other hand, it affords the advantage that after the distraction and the physical change, we return to our subject as comparatively new beings, fresh and strange, and thus are able to see it repeatedly in very different lights. From all this it is plain that human consciousness and thought is in its nature necessarily fragmentary, on account of which the theoretical and practical results, which are achieved by piecing together such fragments, are for the most part defective. In this our thinking consciousness is like a magic lantern, in the focus of which only one picture can appear at a time, and each, even if it represents the noblest objects, must yet soon pass away, in order to make room for others of a different and even most vulgar description. In practical matters the most important plans and resolutions are formed in general, but others are subordinated to these as means to an end, and others again are subordinated to these, and so on down to the particular case that has to be carried out in concreto. They do not, however, come to be carried out in the order of their dignity, but while we are occupied with plans which are great and general, we have to contend with the most trifling details and the cares of the moment. In this way our consciousness becomes still more desultory. In general, theoretical occupations of the mind unfit us for practical affairs, and vice versa. In consequence of the inevitably distracted and fragmentary nature of all our thinking, which has been pointed out, and the mingling of ideas of different kinds thereby introduced, to which even the noblest human minds are subject, we really have only half a consciousness with which to grope about in the labyrinth of our life and the obscurity of our investigations. Bright moments sometimes illuminate our path like lightning. But what is to be expected of heads of which even the wisest is every night the scene of the strangest and most senseless dreams, and which has to take up its meditations again on awakening from these? Clearly, a consciousness which is subject to such great limitations is little suited for solving the riddle of the world, and such an endeavour would necessarily appear strange and pitiful to a being of a higher order, whose intellect had not time as its form, and whose thinking had thus true completeness and unity. Indeed, it is really wonderful that we are not completely confused by the very heterogeneous mixture of ideas and fragments of thought of every kind, which are constantly crossing each other in our minds, but are yet always able to see our way again, and make everything agree together. Clearly there must exist a simpler thread upon which everything ranges itself together, but what is this? Memory alone is not sufficient, for it has essential limitations of which I shall speak shortly. And besides this, it is exceedingly imperfect and untrustworthy. The logical ego, or even the transcendental synthetic unity of apperception, are expressions and explanations which will not easily serve to make the matter comprehensible. They will rather suggest to many, "'Tis true your beard is curly, yet it will not draw you the bolt." Kant's proposition, the "I think" must accompany all our ideas, is insufficient, for the I is an unknown quantity, that is, it is itself a secret. That which gives unity and connection to consciousness, in that it runs through all its ideas, and is thus its substratum, its permanent supporter, cannot itself be conditioned by consciousness, therefore cannot be an idea. Rather it must be the prius of consciousness, and the root of the tree of which that is the fruit. This, I say, is the will. It alone is unchangeable and absolutely identical, and has brought forth consciousness for its own ends. Therefore it is also the will which gives it unity and holds together all its ideas and thoughts, accompanying them like a continuous harmony. Without it, the intellect would no longer have the unity of consciousness, as a mirror in which now this and now that successively presents itself, or at the most only so much as a convex mirror whose rays unite in an imaginary point behind its surface. But the will alone is that which is permanent and unchangeable in consciousness. It is the will which holds together all thoughts and ideas as means to its ends, and tinges them with the colour of its own character, its mood and its interests, commands the attention, and holds in its hand the train of motives whose influence ultimately sets memory and the association of ideas in activity. At bottom, it is the will that is spoken of whenever I appears in a judgment. Thus it is the true and final point of unity of consciousness, and the bond of all its functions and acts. It does not itself, however, belong to the intellect, but is only its root, source, and controller. From the form of time and the single dimension of the series of ideas, on account of which, in order to take up one, the intellect must let all the others fall, there follows not only its distraction, but also its forgetfulness. Most of what it lets fall it never takes up again, especially since the taking up again is bound to the principle of sufficient reason, and thus demands an occasion which the association of thoughts and motivation have first to supply. An occasion, however, which may be the more remote and smaller in proportion as our sensibility for it is heightened by our interest in the subject. But memory, as I have already shown in the essay on the principle of sufficient reason, is not a storehouse, but merely a faculty acquired by practice of calling up ideas at pleasure, which must therefore constantly be kept in practice by use, for otherwise it will gradually be lost. Accordingly, the knowledge even of the learned man exists only virtualiter, as an acquired facility in calling up certain ideas. Actualiter, on the other hand, it also is confined to one idea, and is only conscious of this one at a time. Hence arises a strange contrast between what he knows potentia and what he knows actu, that is, between his knowledge and what he thinks at any moment. The former is an immense and always somewhat chaotic mass, the latter is a single distinct thought. The relation resembles that between the innumerable stars of the heavens and the limited field of vision of the telescope. It appears in a striking manner when upon some occasion he wishes to call distinctly to his remembrance some particular circumstance in his knowledge, and time and trouble are required to produce it from that chaos. Rapidity in doing this is a special gift, but is very dependent upon day and hour. Therefore memory sometimes refuses us its service, even in things which at another time it has readily at hand. This consideration calls us in our studies to strive more to attain to correct insight than to increase our learning, and to lay it to heart that the quality of knowledge is more important than its quantity. The latter imparts to books only thickness, the former thoroughness and also style, for it is an intensive quantity, while the other is merely extensive. It consists in the distinctness and completeness of the conceptions, together with the purity and accuracy of the knowledge of perception which forms their foundation. Therefore the whole of knowledge in all its parts is penetrated by it, and in proportion as it is, so is valuable or trifling. With a small quantity, but of good quality, one achieves more than with a very large quantity of bad quality. The most perfect and satisfactory knowledge is that of perception, but it is limited absolutely to the particular, the individual. The combination of the many and the different in one idea is only possible through the conception, that is, through the omission of the differences. Therefore this is a very imperfect manner of presenting things to the mind. Certainly the particular also can be directly comprehended as a universal, if it is raised to the Platonic idea. But in this process, which I have analyzed in the third book, the intellect already passes beyond the limits of individuality and therefore of time. Moreover, it is only an exception. These inner and essential imperfections of the intellect are further increased by a disturbance which, to a certain extent, is external to it, but yet is unceasing: the influence exerted by the will upon all its operations, whenever it is in any way concerned in their result. Every passion, indeed every inclination and aversion, tinges the objects of knowledge with its colour. Of most common occurrence is the falsifying of knowledge which is brought about by wishes and hopes, for they picture to us the scarcely possible as probable, and well nigh certain, and make us almost incapable of comprehending what is opposed to it. Fear acts in a similar way, and every preconceived opinion, every partiality, and, as has been said, every interest, every emotion and inclination of the will, acts in an analogous manner. To all these imperfections of the intellect, we have finally to add this, that it grows old with the brain. That is, like all physiological functions, it loses its energy in later years, whereby all its imperfections are then much increased. The defective nature of the intellect here set forth will not, however, surprise us if we look back at its origin and destiny as established by me in the second book. Nature has produced it for the service of an individual will. Therefore it is only designed to know things so far as they afford the motives of such a will, but not to fathom them or comprehend their true being. Human intellect is only a higher gradation of the intellect of the brutes, and as this is entirely confined to the present, our intellect also bears strong traces of this limitation. Therefore our memory and recollection is something very imperfect. How little of all that we have done, experienced, learnt, or read can we recall? And even this little, for the most part, only laboriously and imperfectly. For the same reasons is it so very difficult for us to keep ourselves free from the impressions of the present. Unconsciousness is the original and natural condition of all things, and therefore also the basis from which, in particular species of beings, consciousness results as their highest efflorescence, wherefore even then unconsciousness always continues to predominate. Accordingly, most existences are without consciousness, but yet they act according to the laws of their nature, that is, of their will. Plants have at most a very weak analogue of consciousness, the lowest species of animals only the dawn of it. But even after it has ascended through the whole series of animals to man and his reason, the unconsciousness of plants from which it started still remains the foundation, and may be traced in the necessity for sleep, and also in all those essential and great imperfections here set forth of every intellect produced through physiological functions, and of another intellect we have no conception. End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 15. On the Essential Imperfections of the Intellect, Part 2. The imperfections here proved to be essential to the intellect are constantly increased, however, in particular cases, by non-essential imperfections. The intellect is never in every respect what it possibly might be. The perfections possible to it are so opposed that they exclude each other. Therefore no man can be at once Plato and Aristotle, or Shakespeare and Newton, or Kant and Goethe. The imperfections of the intellect, on the contrary, consort very well together. Therefore in reality it for the most part remains far below what it might be. Its functions depend upon so very many conditions, which we can only comprehend as anatomical and physiological in the phenomenon in which alone they are given us, that a decidedly excelling intellect, even in one respect alone, is among the rarest of natural phenomena. Therefore the productions of such an intellect are preserved through thousands of years. Indeed, every relic of such a highly favored individual becomes a most valuable treasure. From such an intellect down to that which approaches imbecility, the gradations are innumerable. and primarily, in conformity with these gradations, the mental horizon of each of us varies very much from the mere comprehension of the present, which even the brute has, to that which also embraces the next hour, the day, even the morrow, the week, the year, the life, the century, the 1,000 years, up to that of the consciousness which has almost always present, even though obscurely dawning, the horizon of the infinite, and whose thoughts therefore assume a character in keeping with this. Further, that difference among intelligences shows itself in the rapidity of their thinking, which is very important, and which may be as different and as finely graduated as that of the points in the radius of a revolving disc. The remoteness of the consequents and reasons to which any one's thought can extend seems to stand in a certain relation to the rapidity of his thinking. For the greatest exertion of thought power in general can only last quite a short time, and yet only while it lasts can a thought be thought out in its complete unity. It therefore amounts to this, how far the intellect can pursue it in so short a time, thus what length of path it can travel in it. On the other hand, in the case of some, rapidity may be made up for by the greater duration of that time of perfectly concentrated thought. Probably the slow and lasting thought makes the mathematical mind, while rapidity of thought makes the genius. The latter is a flight, the former a sure advance upon firm ground, step by step. Yet even in the sciences, whenever it is no longer a question of mere quantities, but of understanding the nature of phenomena, this last kind of thinking is inadequate. This is shown, for example, by Newton's theory of colour, and later by Biot's nonsense about colour rings, which yet agrees with the whole atomistic method of treating light among the French, with its molécules de lumière, and in general with their fixed idea of reducing everything in nature to mere mechanical effects. Lastly, the great individual diversity of intelligence we are speaking about shows itself excellently in the degrees of the clearness of understanding, and accordingly in the distinctness of the whole thinking. To one man that is to understand, which to another is only in some degree to observe. The one is already done and at the goal, while the other is only at the beginning. To the one that is the solution, which to the other is only the problem. This depends on the quality of thought and knowledge, which was already referred to above. As in rooms the degree of light varies, so does it in minds. We can detect this quality of the whole thought as soon as we have read only a few pages of an author. For in doing so we have been obliged to understand both with his understanding and in his sense, and therefore before we know all that he has thought, we see already how he thinks, what is the formal nature, the texture of his thinking, which remains the same in everything about which he thinks, and whose expression is the train of thought and the style. In this we feel at once the pace, the flexibleness and lightness, even indeed the soaring power of his mind, or on the contrary its dullness, formality, lameness, and leaden quality. For, as language is the expression of the mind of a nation, style is the more immediate expression of the mind of an author than even his physiognomy. We throw a book aside when we observe that in it we enter an obscurer region than our own, unless we have to learn from it mere facts, not thoughts. Apart from mere facts, only that author will afford us profit, whose understanding is keener and clearer than our own, who forwards our thinking instead of hindering it, like the dull mind that will force us to keep pace with the toad-like course of its thought. Thus, that author with whose mind it gives us sensible relief and assistance, sometimes to think, by whom we feel ourselves borne where we could not have gone alone. Goethe once said to me that if he read a page of Kant he felt as if he entered a brightly lighted room. Inferior minds are so not merely because they are distorted and therefore judge falsely, but primarily through the indistinctness of their whole thinking, which may be compared to seeing through a bad telescope when all the outlines appear indistinct and as if obliterated, and the different objects run into each other. The weak understanding of such minds shrinks from the demand for distinctness of conceptions, and therefore they do not themselves make this claim upon it, but put up with haziness. And to satisfy themselves with this, they gladly have recourse to words, especially such as denote indefinite, very abstract, unusual conceptions which are hard to explain, such, for example, as infinite and finite, sensible and supersensible, the idea of being, ideas of the reason, the absolute, the idea of the good, the divine moral freedom, power of spontaneous generation, the absolute idea, subject-object, etc. The like of these they confidently fling about, imagine they really express thoughts, and expect every one to be content with them. For the highest summit of wisdom which they can see is to have at command such ready-made words for every possible question. This immense satisfaction in words is thoroughly characteristic of inferior minds. It depends simply upon their incapacity for distinct conceptions, whenever these must rise above the most trivial and simple relations. Hence, upon the weakness and indolence of their intellect, and indeed upon the secret consciousness of this, which in the case of scholars is bound up with the early learnt and hard necessity of passing themselves off as thinking beings, to meet which demand in all cases they keep such a suitable store of ready-made words. It must really be amusing to see a professor of philosophy of this kind in the chair, who bona fide delivers such a juggle of words destitute of thoughts, quite sincerely, under the delusion that they are really thoughts, and in front of him the students, who are just as bona fide, that is, under the same delusion, listen attentively and take notes, while yet in reality neither the one nor the other goes beyond the words, but rather these words themselves, together with the audible scratching of pens, are the only realities in the whole matter. This peculiar satisfaction in words has more than anything else to do with the perpetuation of errors. For, relying on the words and phrases received from his predecessors, each one confidently passes over obscurities and problems, and thus these are propagated through centuries from book to book. And the thinking man, especially in youth, is in doubt whether it may be that he is incapable of understanding it, or that there is really nothing here to understand. And similarly, whether for others the problem which they all slink past with such comical seriousness by the same path is no problem at all, or whether it is only that they will not see it. Many truths remain undiscovered simply on this account, that no one has the courage to look the problem in the face and grapple with it. On the contrary, the distinctness of thought and clearness of conceptions, peculiar to eminent minds, produces the effect that even known truths, when brought forward by them, gain new light, or at least a new stimulus. If we hear them or read them, it is as if we exchanged a bad telescope for a good one. Let one only read, for example, in Euler's Letters to the Princess, his exposition of the fundamental truths of mechanics and optics. Upon this rests the remark of Diderot in the Neveu de Rameau, that only the perfect masters are capable of teaching really well the elements of a science, just because it is only they who really understand the questions, and for them words never take the place of thoughts. But we ought to know that inferior minds are the rule, good minds the exception, eminent minds very rare, and genius a portent. How otherwise could a human race consisting of about 800 million individuals, have left so much after 6,000 years to discover, to invent, to think out, and to say? The intellect is calculated for the support of the individual alone, and as a rule it is only barely sufficient even for this. But nature has wisely been very sparing of conferring a larger measure. For the man of limited intelligence can survey the few and simple relations which lie within reach of his narrow sphere of action, and can control the levers of them with much greater ease than could the eminently intellectual man, who commands an incomparably larger sphere and works with long levers. Thus the insect sees everything on its stem or leaf with the most minute exactness, and better than we, and yet is not aware of the man who stands within 3 steps of it. This is the reason of the slyness of half-witted persons, and the ground of the paradox, il y a un mystère dans l'esprit de gens qui n'en ont pas. For practical life, genius is about as useful as an astral telescope in a theatre. Thus, with regard to the intellect, nature is highly aristocratic. The distinctions which it has established are greater than those which are made in any country by birth, rank, wealth, or caste. But in the aristocracy of intellect, as in other aristocracies, there are many thousands of plebeians for one nobleman, many millions for one prince, and the great multitude of men are mere populace, mob, rabble, la canaille. Now certainly there is a glaring contrast between the scale of rank of nature and that of convention, and their agreement is only to be hoped for in a golden age. Meanwhile, those who stand very high in the one scale of rank and in the other have this in common, that for the most part they live in exalted isolation, to which Byron refers when he says, "To feel me in the solitude of kings, without the power that makes them bear a crown." Prophecies of Dante, chapter 1. For intellect is a differentiating, and therefore a separating principle. Its different grades, far more than those of mere culture, give to each man different conceptions, in consequence of which each man lives to a certain extent in a different world, in which he can directly meet those only who are like himself, and can only attempt to speak to the rest and make himself understood by them from a distance. Great differences in the grade and in the cultivation of understanding fix a wide gulf between man and man, which can only be crossed by benevolence. For it is, on the contrary, the unifying principle which identifies every one else with its own self. Yet the connection remains a moral one; it cannot become intellectual. Indeed, when the degree of culture is about the same, the conversation between a man of great intellect and an ordinary man is like the journey together of two men, one of whom rides on a spirited horse and the other goes on foot. It soon becomes very trying to both of them, and for any length of time impossible. For a short way the rider can indeed dismount in order to walk with the other, though even then the impatience of his horse will give him much to do. But the public could be benefited by nothing so much as by the recognition of that intellectual aristocracy of nature. By virtue of such recognition, it would comprehend that when facts are concerned, thus when the matter has to be decided from experiments, travels, codes, histories, and chronicles, the normal mind is certainly sufficient. But on the other hand, when mere thoughts are in question, especially those thoughts the material or data of which are within reach of every one, thus when it is really only a question of thinking before others, decided reflectiveness, native eminence, which only nature bestows, and that very seldom, is inevitably demanded, and no one deserves to be heard who does not at once give proofs of this. If the public could be brought to see this for itself, it would no longer waste the time which is sparingly measured out to it for its culture on the productions of ordinary minds, thus on the innumerable botches of poetry and philosophy which are produced every day. It would no longer seize always what is newest, in the childish delusion that books, like eggs, must be enjoyed while they are fresh, but would confine itself to the works of the few select and chosen minds of all ages and nations, would strive to learn to know and understand them, and might thus by degrees attain to true culture. And then also those thousands of uncalled for productions which, like tares, hinder the growth of the good wheat, would be discontinued. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16, Part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, Second Half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 16, on the Practical Use of Reason, and on Stoicism. Part 1. In the 7th chapter, I have shown that in the theoretical sphere, procedure based upon conceptions suffices for mediocre achievements only, while great achievements, on the other hand, demand that we should draw from perception itself as the primary source of all knowledge. In the practical sphere, however, the converse is the case. Here, determination by what is perceived is the way of the brutes, but is unworthy of man, who has conceptions to guide his conduct, and is thus emancipated from the power of what is actually perceptibly present, to which the brute is unconditionally given over. In proportion as a man makes good this prerogative, his conduct may be called rational, and only in this sense can we speak of practical reason, not in the Kantian sense, the inadmissibility of which I have thoroughly exposed in my prize essay on the foundation of morals. It is not easy, however, to let oneself be determined by conceptions alone. For the directly present external world, with its perceptible reality, intrudes itself forcibly even on the strongest mind. But it is just in conquering this impression, in destroying its illusion, that the human spirit shows its worth and greatness. Thus, if incitements to lust and pleasure leave it unaffected, if the threats and fury of enraged enemies do not shake it, if the entreaties of erring friends do not make its purpose waver, and the delusive forms with which preconcerted plots surround it leave it unmoved, if the scorn of fools and of the vulgar herd does not disturb it nor trouble it as to its own worth, then it seems to stand under the influence of a spirit world, visible to it alone. And this is the world of conceptions, before which that perceptibly present world which lies open to all dissolves like a phantom. But on the other hand, what gives to the external world and visible reality their great power over the mind is their nearness and directness. As the magnetic needle, which is kept in its position by the combined action of widely distributed forces of nature embracing the whole earth, can yet be perturbed and set in violent oscillation by a small piece of iron, if only it comes quite close to it, so even a great mind can sometimes be disconcerted and perturbed by trifling events and insignificant men, if only they affect it very closely, and the deliberate purpose can be for the moment shaken by a trivial but immediately present counter-motive. For the influence of the motives is subject to a law which is directly opposed to the law according to which weights act on a balance, and in consequence of it a very small motive, which, however, lies very near to us, can outweigh one which in itself is much stronger, but which only affects us from a distance. But it is this quality of the mind, by reason of which it allows itself to be determined in accordance with this law, and does not withdraw itself from it by the strength of actual practical reason, which the ancients denoted by animi impotentia, which really signifies ratio regendi voluntatis impotens. Every emotion, animi perturbatio, simply arises from the fact that an idea which affects our will comes so excessively near to us that it conceals everything else from us, and we can no longer see anything but it, so that for the moment we become incapable of taking account of things of another kind. It would be a valuable safeguard against this if we were to bring ourselves to regard the present, by the assistance of imagination, as if it were past, and should thus accustom our apperception to the epistolary style of the Romans. Yet conversely we are very well able to regard what is long past as so vividly present, that old emotions which have long been asleep are thereby reawakened in their full strength. Thus also no one would be irritated or disconcerted by a misfortune, a disappointment, if reason always kept present to him what man really is, the most needy of creatures, daily and hourly abandoned to innumerable misfortunes, great and small, to delatatan zoon, who has therefore to live in constant care and fear. Herodotus already says, pan esti anthropos symphora, homo totus est calamitas. The application of reason to practice primarily accomplishes this. It reconstructs what is one-sided and defective in knowledge of mere perception, and makes use of the contrasts or oppositions which it presents, to correct each other, so that thus the objectively true result is arrived at. For example, if we look simply at the bad action of a man, we will condemn him. On the other hand, if we consider merely the need that moved him to it, we will compassionate him. Reason, by means of its conceptions, weighs the two, and leads to the conclusion that he must be restrained, restricted, and curbed by a proportionate punishment. I am again reminded here of Seneca's saying, Si vis tibi omnia subjicere, se te subjice rationi. Since, however, as was shown in the fourth book, the nature of suffering is positive, and that of pleasure negative, he who takes abstract or rational knowledge as the rule of his conduct, and therefore constantly reflects on its consequences and on the future, will very frequently have to practice sustine et abstine, for in order to obtain the life that is most free from pain, he generally sacrifices its keenest joys and pleasures, mindful of Aristotle's ophronymos to alupun dioke uto idu. Quad dolore vacat, non quad suave est, persequitur vir prudens. Therefore with him the future constantly borrows from the present, instead of the present borrowing from the future, as is the case with a frivolous fool, who thus becomes impoverished and finally bankrupt. In the case of the former, reason must for the most part assume the rôle of a churlish mentor, and unceasingly call for renunciations, without being able to promise anything in return except a fairly painless existence. This rests on the fact that reason, by means of its conceptions, surveys the whole of life, whose outcome, in the happiest conceivable case, can be no other than what we have said. When this striving after a painless existence, so far as it might be attainable by the application of and strict adherence to rational reflection and acquired knowledge of the true nature of life, was carried out with the greatest consistency and to the utmost extreme, it produced cynicism, from which Stoicism afterwards proceeded. I wish briefly here to bring this out more fully for the sake of establishing more firmly the concluding exposition of our first book. All ancient moral systems, with the single exception of that of Plato, were guides to a happy life. Accordingly in them the end of virtue was entirely in this life, not beyond death. For to them it is only the right path to a truly happy life, and on this account the wise choose it. Hence arise those lengthy debates, chiefly preserved for us by Cicero, those keen and constantly renewed investigations, whether virtue quite alone and in itself is really sufficient for a happy life, or whether this further requires some external condition, whether the virtuous and wise may also be happy on the rack and the wheel, or in the bull of Phalaris, or whether it does not go as far as this. For certainly this would be the touchstone of an ethical system of this kind. The practice of it must give happiness directly and unconditionally. If it cannot do this, it does not accomplish what it ought and must be rejected. It is therefore with truth and in accordance with the Christian point of view that Augustine prefaces his exposition of the moral systems of the ancients, De Civitas Dei, Book 19, Chapter 1, with the explanation, Exponenda sunt nobis argumenta mortalium, quibus sibi ipsi beatudinem facere, in huius vitae infelicitate moliti sunt, ut ab eorum rebus vanis spes nostra quid differat clarescat, de finibus bonorum et malorum multa inter se philosophii disputarunt, quam quaestionem maxima intentione versantes, invenire conati sunt, quid efficiat hominem beatum, illud enim est finis bonorum. I wish to place beyond all doubt the eudaimonistic end which we have ascribed to all ancient ethics by several express statements of the ancients themselves. Aristotle says in the Ethica Magna 1:4, I eudaimonia ento en zin esti, to de eu zin en to kata, tas aretas zin, felicitas in bene vivendo posita est, verum bene vivere est in eo positum, ut secundum virtutum vivamus, with which may be compared. Nam cum ea causa impulerit eos, qui primi se ad philosophiae studia contulerunt, ut omnibus rebus post habitis totos se in optimo vitae statu exquirendo collocarent, profecto spe beate vivendi tantam, in eo studio curam operamque posuerunt. According to Plutarch, Chrysippus said, to kata kakian zin to kakodaimanos zin tauton esti, that is, vitiose vivere idem est quod vivere infeliciter. Ibid, Ephronisis eteran estitis eudaimonia, cath eauto aludaimonia, that is, prudentia nihil differt a felicitate estque ipsa adeo felicitas. Tell us de facin enai to eudaimonen u eneca panta pratetai. That is, finem esse dicunt felicitatem, cujus causa fiunt omnia. Eudaimonian synonymen totale legusi. That is, finem bonorum et felicitatem synonyma esse dicunt. I areti tautin eche epagelian eudaimonian poiesai. That is, virtus profitetur se felicitatem praestare. Ceterum sapientia ad beatum statum tendit, illo ducit, illo vias aperit. Illud admoneo auditionem philosophorum lectionemque ad propositum beatae vitae trahendum. The ethics of the Cynics also adopted this end of the happiest life, as the Emperor Julian expressly testifies. Tis cunicis de philosophias scopos men esti kai telas, osper dicae passis philosophias to eudaimonien, to de eudaimonien en to zin kata fusin, ala mi pros tas ton polon doxas, that is, cynicae philosophiae ut etiam omnis philosophiae scopus et finis est feliciter vivere. Felicitas vitae autem in eo posita est, et secundum naturam vivatur, nec vero secundum opiniones multitudinis. Only the Cynics followed quite a peculiar path to this end, a path directly opposed to the ordinary one, the path of extreme privation. They start from the insight that the motions of the will which are brought about by the objects which attract and excite it, and the wearisome, and for the most part vain efforts to attain these, or, if they are attained, the fear of losing them, and finally the loss itself, produce far greater pain than the want of all these objects ever can. Therefore, in order to attain to the life that is most free from pain, they chose the path of the extremest destitution, and fled from all pleasures as snares through which one was afterwards handed over to pain. But after this they could boldly scorn happiness and its caprices. This is the spirit of cynicism. Seneca distinctly expresses it in the 8th chapter, De Tranquillitate Animi. Cogitandum est quanto levior dolor sit, non habere quam perdere, et intelligemus paupertati eo minorem tormentorum, quo minorum damnorum esse materiam. Then tolerabilius est faciliusque non acquirere, quam ammittere. Diogenes effecit, nequid sibi eripi posset, qui se fortuitis omnibus exuit, videtur mihi dixisse, age tuum negotium fortuna, nihil apud Diogenem iam tuum est. The parallel passage to this last sentence is a quotation of Stobaeus in Eclogues 2:7. Diogenes effi nomizein oran tin tuchin enorosan auton kai legusan tutan du dunamai zalein cuna lucitira. That is, Diogenes credere se dixit videre fortunam ipsum intuentem ac dicentem, aut hunc non potui tetigisse canem rabiosum. The same spirit of cynicism is also shown in the epitaph on Diogenes in Suidas under the word philiskas, and in Diogenes Laertius 6:2. Girasque men kalkos upo chronou, alason uti kudas opas ion, Diogenes kathele, munas epe viotis autarkeia doxan edexas, thnitois kai zonis oimon elafrotatin. That is, aera quidem absumit tempus, sed tempore numquam enteritura tua est gloria Diogenes, quando quidem ad vitam miseris mortalibus aequam monstrata est facilis te duce et ampla via. End of chapter 16, part 1. Chapter 16, part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 16, on the Practical Use of Reason and on Stoicism, Part 2. Accordingly, the fundamental thought of cynicism is that life in its simplest and nakedest form, with the hardships that belong to it by nature, is the most endurable, and is therefore to be chosen. For every assistance, convenience, gratification, and pleasure, by means of which men seek to make life more agreeable, only brings with it new and greater ills than originally belonged to it. Therefore we may regard the following sentence as the expression of the kernel of the doctrine of cynicism. Diogenes evoa polakis legon, tonton anthropon, vian, radian upo, ton theon, dedosthai, apokekruphai, de auton, zitunton, melapicta, kai mura, kai ta paraplesia. That is, Diogenes clamabat saepius, hominum vitam facilem adis dari, verum occultari illam quaerentibus, melita cibaria, unguenta et his similia. And further, Deon, antiton, achriston, panon, tus kata fusin, elomenus, zin eudaimanos, paratin anoian, kakodaimanusi, tan auton, charactera tu viu legon diexagen, anper kai Iraklis, unden eleutherias proprinon. That is, cum igitur repudiatis in utilibus laboribus naturales insequi ac vivere beate debeamus, per summam dementiam infelices sumus, eandem vitae formam, quam Hercules se vivere affirmans, nihil libertati praeferens. Therefore the old genuine cynics, Antisthenes, Diogenes, Crates, and their disciples had once for all renounced every possession, all conveniences and pleasures, in order to escape for ever from the troubles and cares, the dependence and the pains, which are inevitably bound up with them and are not counterbalanced by them. Through the bare satisfaction of the most pressing wants, and the renunciation of everything superfluous, they thought they would come off best. Accordingly they contented themselves with what in Athens or Corinth was to be had almost for nothing, such as lupines, water, an old threadbare cloak, a wallet, and a staff. They begged occasionally, as far as was necessary to supply such wants, but they never worked. Yet they accepted absolutely nothing that exceeded the wants referred to above. Independence in the widest sense was their aim. They occupied their time in resting, going about, talking with all men, and much mocking, laughing, and joking. Their characteristic was carelessness and great cheerfulness. Since now in this manner of life they had no aims of their own, no purposes or ends to pursue, thus were lifted above the sphere of human action, and at the same time always enjoyed complete leisure, they were admirably fitted, as men of proved strength of mind, to be the advisers and admonishers of the rest. Therefore Apuleius says, Crates, ut lar familiaris apud homines suae aetatis cultus est, nulla domus ei unquam clausa erat, nec erat patris familias tam absconditum secretum, quin eo tempestive crates interveniret, litium omnium et urgiorum inter propinquos disceptator et arbiter. Thus in this, as in so many other respects, they show a great likeness to the mendicant friars of modern times, that is, to the better and more genuine among them, whose ideal may be seen in the Capuchin Cristoforo in Manzoni's famous romance. Yet this resemblance lies only in the effects, not in the cause. They agree in the result, but the fundamental thought of the two is quite different. With the friars, as with the Sannyasis who are akin to them, it is an aim which transcends life, but with the cynics it is only the conviction that it is easier to reduce their wishes and their wants to the minimum than to attain to the maximum in their satisfaction, which indeed is impossible, for with their satisfaction the wishes and wants grow ad infinitum. Therefore, in order to reach the goal of all ancient ethics, the greatest happiness possible in this life, they took the path of renunciation as the shortest and easiest. Othen kai ton kunisman erikassin suntomon aretin odon. That is, unde kinismum dixere compendiosam ad virtutem viam. The fundamental difference between the spirit of cynicism and that of asceticism comes out very clearly in the humility which is essential to the ascetic, but is so foreign to the cynic that, on the contrary, he is distinguished beyond everything else for pride and scorn. Sapiens uno minor est Jove, dives liber honoratus pulcher rex denique regum. Horace. On the other hand, the view of life held by the cynics agrees in spirit with that of J. Rousseau, as he expounds it in the Discours sur l'origine de l'inégalité, for he also would wish to lead us back to the crude state of nature, and regards the reduction of our wants to the minimum as the surest path to happiness. For the rest, the cynics were exclusively practical philosophers. At least no account of their theoretical philosophy is known to me. Now the Stoics proceeded from them in this way. They changed the practical into the theoretical. They held that the actual dispensing with everything that can be done without is not demanded, but that it is sufficient that we should regard possessions and pleasures constantly as dispensable, and as held in the hand of chance. For then the actual deprivation of them, if it should chance to occur, would neither be unexpected nor fall heavily. One might always have and enjoy everything, only one must ever keep present the conviction of the worthlessness and dispensableness of these good things on the one hand, and of their uncertainty and perishableness on the other, and therefore prize them all very little, and be always ready to give them up. Nay more, he who must actually dispense with these things in order not to be moved by them, thereby shows that in his heart he holds them to be truly good things, which one must put quite out of sight if one is not to long after them. The wise man, on the other hand, knows that they are not good things at all, but rather perfectly indifferent things, adiaphora, in any case proigmena. Therefore, if they present themselves, he will accept them, but yet is always ready to let them go again if chance, to which they belong, should demand them back, for they are ton ουκ εφημίν. In this sense, Epictetus, chapter 7, says that the wise man, like one who has landed from a ship, etc., will also let himself be comforted by a wife or a child, but yet will always be ready, whenever the captain calls, to let them go again. Thus the Stoics perfected the theory of equanimity and independence at the cost of the practice, for they reduced everything to a mental process, and by arguments, such as are presented in the first chapter of Epictetus, sophisticated themselves into all the amenities of life. But in doing so they left out of account that everything to which one is accustomed becomes a need, and therefore can only be given up with pain, that the will does not allow itself to be played with, cannot enjoy without loving the pleasures, that a dog does not remain indifferent if one draws a piece of meat through its mouth, and neither does a wise man if he is hungry, and that there is no middle path between desiring and renouncing. But they believed that they satisfied their principles if, sitting at a luxurious Roman table, they left no dish untasted, yet at the same time protested that they were each and all of them mere proigmena, not agatha, or in plain English, if they eat, drank, and were merry, yet gave no thanks to God for it all, but rather made fastidious faces, and persisted in boldly asserting that they gained nothing whatever from the whole feast. This was the expedient of the Stoics. They were therefore mere braggarts, and stand to the Cynics in much the same relation as well-fed Benedictines and Augustines stand to Franciscans and Capuchins. Now the more they neglected practice, the more they refined the theory. I shall here add a few proofs and supplementary details to the exposition of it given at the close of our first book. If we search in the writings of the Stoics which remain to us, all of which are unsystematically composed, for the ultimate ground of that irrefragable equanimity which is unceasingly demanded of us, we find no other than the knowledge that the course of the world is entirely independent of our will, and consequently that the evil which befalls us is inevitable. If we have regulated our claims by a correct insight into this, then mourning, rejoicing, fearing, and hoping are follies of which we are no longer capable. Further, especially in the commentaries of Arrian, it is surreptitiously assumed that all that is ουκ εφημίν, that is, does not depend upon us, is at once also ου προς ημάς, that is, does not concern us. Yet it remains true that all the good things of life are in the power of chance, and therefore whenever it makes use of this power to deprive us of them, we are unhappy if we have placed our happiness in them. From this unworthy fate we are, in the opinion of the Stoics, delivered by the right use of reason, by virtue of which we regard all these things never as ours, but only as lent to us for an indefinite time. Only thus can we never really lose them. Therefore Seneca says, "Siquid humanarum rerum varietas possit, cogitaverit ante quam senserit." And Diogenes Laertius, "Isande esti tocat, aretin zin tocat, emperian ton fuse sun vai non ton zin." That is, secundum virtutem vivere idem est, quod secundum experientiam eorum, quae secundum naturam accidunt vivere. The passage in Arrian's Discourses of Epictetus is particularly in point here, and especially as a proof of what I have said in this reference in section 16 of the first volume, the passage "Tuto gar esti to aitian tois anthropois, panton ton kakon totas prolipses, tas koinas mi dunasthai, epharmadzein tois epi merus." That is, haec enim causa est hominibus omnium malorum, quod anticipationes generales rebus singularibus accommodare non possunt. Similarly, the passage in Marcus Aurelius 4:29, "E zenas cosmu o mi norizon ta en auto anta itan zenas kai o mi norizon ta gignomena." That is, if he is a stranger to the universe who does not know what is in it, no less is he a stranger who does not know how things go on in it. Also Seneca's 11th chapter, De Tranquillitate Animi, is a complete proof of this view. The opinion of the Stoics amounts on the whole to this, that if a man has watched for a while the juggling illusion of happiness and then loses his reason, he must recognize both the rapid changes of the dice and the intrinsic worthlessness of the counters, and therefore must henceforth remain unmoved. Taken generally, the Stoical point of view may be thus expressed: our suffering always arises from the want of agreement between our wishes and the course of the world. Therefore one of these two must be changed and adapted to the other. Since now the course of things is not in our power, ουκ εφημίν, we must direct our volitions and desires according to the course of things, for the will alone is εφημίν. This adaptation of volition to the course of the external world, thus to the nature of things, is very often understood under the ambiguous κατα φύσιν ζην. See the Discourses of Epictetus 2, 17, 21, 22. Seneca also denotes his point of view, Epistle 119, when he says, "Nihil interest, utrum non desideres an habeas, summa rei in utroque est eadem, non torqueberis." also Cicero by the words solum habere velle summa dementia est. Similarly Arian, ugar ekplirose ton epithumomenon eleutheria paras kuadzetai ala anaskui tis epithumias, that is, non enim explendis desideriis libertas comparatur, sed tollenda cupiditate. The collected quotations in the Historia Philosophiae Graeco-Romanae of Ritter and Preller may be taken as proofs of what I have said in the place referred to above about the homologumenos zine of the Stoics. Also the saying of Seneca, Epistle 31 and again Epistle 74, perfecta virtus est aequalitas et tenor vitae per omnia consonans sibi. The following passage of Seneca's indicates the spirit of the Stoa generally, Epistle 92, quid est beata vita, securitas et perpetua tranquillitas. Hanc dabit animi magnitudo, dabit constantia bene judicati tenax. A systematical study of the Stoics will convince everyone that the end of their ethics, like that of the ethics of cynicism from which they sprang, is really nothing else than a life as free as possible from pain, and therefore as happy as possible. Whence it follows that the Stoical morality is only a special form of eudaimonism. It is not, like the Indian, the Christian, and even the Platonic ethics, a metaphysical tendency, a transcendental end, but a completely immanent end, attainable in this life, the steadfast serenity, ataraxia, and unclouded happiness of the wise man, whom nothing can disturb. Yet it cannot be denied that the later Stoics, especially Arians, sometimes lose sight of this end, and show a really ascetic tendency, which is to be attributed to the Christian and Oriental spirit in general, which was then already spreading. If we consider closely and seriously the goal of Stoicism, that ataraxia, we find in it merely a hardening and insensibility to the blow of fate, which a man attains to because he keeps ever present to his mind the shortness of life, the emptiness of pleasure, the instability of happiness, and has also discerned that the difference between happiness and unhappiness is very much less than our anticipation of both is wont to represent. But this is yet no state of happiness. It is only the patient endurance of sufferings which one has foreseen as irremediable. Yet magnanimity and worth consist in this, that one should bear silently and patiently what is irremediable, in melancholy peace, remaining always the same, while others pass from rejoicing to despair, and from despair to rejoicing. Accordingly, one may also conceive of Stoicism as a spiritual hygiene, in accordance with which, just as one hardens the body against the influences of wind and weather, against fatigue and exertion, one has also to harden one's mind against misfortune, danger, loss, injustice, malice, perfidy, arrogance, and the folly of men. I remark further, καθηκόντα of the Stoics, which Cicero translates officia, signify as nearly as possible obliegenheiten, or that which it befits the occasion to do. English, incumbencies. Italian, quel che tocca a me di fare o di lasciare. Thus what it behooves a reasonable man to do. Finally, the pantheism of the Stoics, though absolutely inconsistent with many an exhortation of Arian, is most distinctly expressed by Seneca. Quid est Deus? Mens universi. Quid est Deus? Quod vides totum et quod non vides totum. Sic demum magnitudo sua illi reditur, qua nihil maius excogitari potest. Si solus est omnia, opus sum et extra, et intra tenet. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17, part 1, of Supplements to the First Book, second half, The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17, on Man's Need of Metaphysics. Part 1. With the exception of man, no being wonders at its own existence. But it is to them all so much a matter of course that they do not observe it. The wisdom of nature speaks out of the peaceful glance of the brutes, for in them the will and the intellect are not yet so widely separated that they can be astonished at each other when they meet again. Thus here the whole phenomenon is still firmly attached to the stem of nature from which it has come, and is partaker of the unconscious omniscience of the Great Mother. Only after the inner being of nature, the will to live in its objectification has ascended, vigorous and cheerful, through the two series of unconscious existences, and then through the long and broad series of animals, does it attain at last to reflection for the first time on the entrance of reason, thus in man. Then it marvels at its own works, and asks itself what it itself is. Its wonder, however, is the more serious, as it here stands for the first time consciously in the presence of death. And besides the finiteness of all existence, the vanity of all effort forces itself more or less upon it. With this reflection and this wonder, there arises therefore for man alone the need for a metaphysic. He is accordingly an animal metaphysicum. At the beginning of his consciousness, certainly, he also accepts himself as a matter of course. This does not last long, however, but very early, with the first dawn of reflection, that wonder already appears, which is some day to become the mother of metaphysics. In agreement with this, Aristotle also says at the beginning of his Metaphysics, diagar to thaumadzein, oi anthropoi kai nun kai to proton irxanto philosophein. Propter admirationem enim et nunc et primo inceperunt homines philosophari. Moreover, the special philosophical disposition consists primarily in this, that a man is capable of wonder beyond the ordinary and everyday degree, and is thus induced to make the universal of the phenomenon his problem, while the investigators in the natural sciences wonder only at exquisite or rare phenomena, and their problem is merely to refer these to phenomena which are better known. The lower a man stands in an intellectual regard, the less of a problem is existence itself for him. Everything, how it is and that it is, appears to him rather a matter of course. This rests upon the fact that his intellect still remains perfectly true to its original destiny of being serviceable to the will as the medium of motives, and therefore is closely bound up with the world and nature as an integral part of them. Consequently, it is very far from comprehending the world in a purely objective manner, freeing itself, so to speak, from the whole of things, opposing itself to this whole, and so for a while becoming as if self-existent. On the other hand, the philosophical wonder which springs from this is conditioned in the individual by higher development of the intellect, yet in general not by this alone. But without doubt it is the knowledge of death, and along with this the consideration of the suffering and misery of life, which gives us the strongest impulse to philosophical reflection and metaphysical explanation of the world. If our life were endless and painless, it would perhaps occur to no one to ask why the world exists, and is just the kind of world it is, but everything would just be taken as a matter of course. In accordance with this, we find that the interest which philosophical and also religious systems inspire has always its strongest hold in the dogma of some kind of existence after death. And although the most recent systems seem to make the existence of their gods the main point, and to defend this most zealously, yet in reality this is only because they have connected their special dogma of immortality with this, and regard the one as inseparable from the other. Only on this account is it of importance to them. For if one could establish their doctrine of immortality for them in some other way, their lively zeal for their gods would at once cool, and it would give place almost to complete indifference if, conversely, the absolute impossibility of immortality were proved to them. For the interest in the existence of the gods would vanish with the hope of a closer acquaintance with them, to the residuum which might connect itself with their possible influence on the events of this present life. But if one could prove that continued existence after death is incompatible with the existence of gods, because, let us say, it presupposes originality of being, they would soon sacrifice the gods to their own immortality and become zealous for atheism. The fact that the materialistic systems properly so called, and also absolute skepticism, have never been able to obtain a general or lasting influence depends upon the same grounds. Temples and churches, pagodas and mosques, in all lands and in all ages, in splendor and vastness, testify to the metaphysical need of man, which, strong and ineradicable, follows close upon his physical need. Certainly, whoever is satirically inclined might add that this metaphysical need is a modest fellow who is content with poor fare. It sometimes allows itself to be satisfied with clumsy fables and insipid tales. If only imprinted early enough, they are for a man adequate explanations of his existence and supports of his morality. Consider, for example, the Koran. This wretched book was sufficient to found a religion of the world, to satisfy the metaphysical need of innumerable millions of men for 1200 years, to become the foundation of their morality and of no small contempt for death, and also to inspire them to bloody wars and most extended conquests. We find in it the saddest and the poorest form of theism. Much may be lost through the translations, but I have not been able to discover one single valuable thought in it. Such things show that metaphysical capacity does not go hand in hand with the metaphysical need. Yet it will appear that in the early ages of the present surface of the earth, this was not the case, and that those who stood considerably nearer than we do to the beginning of the human race and the source of organic nature, had also both greater energy of the intuitive faculty of knowledge and a truer disposition of mind, so that they were capable of a purer, more direct comprehension of the inner being of nature, and were thus in a position to satisfy the metaphysical need in a more worthy manner. Thus originated in the primitive ancestors of the Brahmans, the Rishis, the almost superhuman conceptions which were afterwards set down in the Upanishads of the Vedas. On the other hand, there have never been wanting persons who were interested in deriving their living from that metaphysical need, and in making the utmost they could out of it. Therefore, among all nations there are monopolists and farmers general of it, the priests. Yet their trade had everywhere to be assured to them in this way, that they received the right to impart their metaphysical dogmas to men at a very early age, before the judgment has awakened from its morning slumber, thus in early childhood. For then every well-impressed dogma, however senseless it may be, remains forever. If they had to wait till the judgment is ripe, their privileges could not continue. A second, though not a numerous class of persons, who derive their support from the metaphysical need of man, is constituted by those who live by philosophy. By the Greeks they were called sophists, by the moderns they are called professors of philosophy. Aristotle, in Metaphysics 2:2, without hesitation numbers Aristippus among the sophists. In Diogenes Laertius 2:65, we find that the reason of this is that he was the first of the Socratics who accepted payment for his philosophy, on account of which Socrates also returned him his present. Among the moderns, also those who live by philosophy are not only as a rule, and with the rarest exceptions, quite different from those who live for philosophy, but they are very often the opponents, the secret and irreconcilable enemies of the latter. For every true and important philosophical achievement will overshadow their own too much, and moreover cannot adapt itself to the views and limitations of their guild. Therefore it is always their endeavour to prevent such a work from making its way, and for this purpose, according to the age and circumstances in each case, the customary means are suppressing, concealing, hushing up, ignoring and keeping secret, or denying, disparaging, censuring, slandering, and distorting, or, finally, denouncing and persecuting. Hence many a great man has had to drag himself wearily through life unknown, unhonoured, unrewarded, till at last, after his death, the world became undeceived as to him and as to them. In the meanwhile they had attained their end, had been accepted by preventing him from being accepted, and with wife and child had lived by philosophy while he lived for it. But if he is dead, then the thing is reversed. The new generation of the former class, which always exists, now becomes heir to his achievements, cuts them down to its own measure, and now lives by him. That Kant could yet live both by and for philosophy depended on the rare circumstance that for the first time since Divus Antoninus and Divus Julianus a philosopher sat on the throne. Only under such auspices could the Critique of Pure Reason have seen the light. Scarcely was the king dead than we see that Kant also, seized with fear because he belonged to the guild, modified, expurgated, and spoiled his masterpiece in the second edition, and yet was soon in danger of losing his place, so that Campe invited him to come to him in Brunswick and live with him as the instructor of his family. Ansichten aus Kants Leben, page 68. University philosophy is, as a rule, mere juggling. Its real aim is to impart to the students, in the deepest ground of their thought, that tendency of mind which the ministry that appoints to the professorships regards as consistent with its views. The ministry may also be perfectly right in this from a statesman's point of view. Only the result of it is that such philosophy of the chair is a nervis alienis mobile lignum, and cannot be regarded as serious philosophy, but as the mere jest of it. Moreover, it is at any rate just that such inspection or guidance should extend only to the philosophy of the chair, and not to the real philosophy that is in earnest. For if anything in the world is worth wishing for, so well worth wishing for that even the ignorant and dull herd in its more reflective moments would prize it more than silver and gold, it is that a ray of light should fall on the obscurity of our being, and that we should gain some explanation of our mysterious existence, in which nothing is clear but its misery and its vanity. But even if this is in itself attainable, it is made impossible by imposed and compulsory solutions. We shall now subject to a general consideration the different ways of satisfying this strong metaphysical need. By metaphysics, I understand all knowledge that pretends to transcend the possibility of experience, thus to transcend nature or the given phenomenal appearance of things, in order to give an explanation of that by which in some sense or other this experience or nature is conditioned. Or, to speak in popular language, of that which is behind nature and makes it possible. But the great original diversity in the power of understanding, besides the cultivation of it, which demands much leisure, makes so great a difference between men, that as soon as a people has emerged from the state of savages, no one metaphysic can serve for them all. Therefore among civilized nations we find throughout two different kinds of metaphysics, which are distinguished by the fact that the one has its evidence in itself, the other outside itself. Since the metaphysical systems of the first kind require reflection, culture, and leisure for the recognition of their evidence, they can be accessible only to a very small number of men, and moreover they can only arise and maintain their existence in the case of advanced civilization. On the other hand, the systems of the second kind exclusively are for the great majority of men who are not capable of thinking, but only of believing, and who are not accessible to reasons, but only to authority. These systems may therefore be called metaphysics of the people, after the analogy of poetry of the people, and also wisdom of the people, by which is understood Proverbs. These systems, however, are known under the name of religions, and are found among all nations, not excepting even the most savage. Their evidence is, as has been said, external, and as such is called revelation, which is authenticated by signs and miracles. Their arguments are principally threats of eternal, and indeed also temporal evils, directed against unbelievers and even against mere doubters. As ultima ratio theologorum, we find among many nations the stake or things similar to it. If they seek a different authentication, or if they make use of other arguments, they already make the transition into the systems of the first kind, and may degenerate into a mixture of the two, which brings more danger than advantage, for their invaluable prerogative of being imparted to children gives them the surest guarantee of the permanent possession of the mind, for thereby their dogmas grow into a kind of second inborn intellect, like the twig upon the grafted tree. while on the other hand, the systems of the first kind only appeal to grown-up people, and in them always find a system of the second kind already in possession of their convictions. Both kinds of metaphysics, whose difference may be briefly expressed by the words reason, conviction, and faith, have this in common, that every one of their particular systems stands in a hostile relation to all the others of its kind. Between those of the first kind, war is waged only with word and pen; between those of the second, with fire and sword as well. Several of the latter owe their propagation in part to this last kind of polemic, and all have by degrees divided the earth between them, and indeed with such decided authority that the peoples of the earth are distinguished and separated more according to them than according to nationality or government. They alone reign, each in its own province. The systems of the first kind, on the contrary, are at the most tolerated, and even this only because, on account of the small number of their adherents, they are for the most part not considered worth the trouble of combating with fire and sword; although, where it seemed necessary, these also have been employed against them with effect. Besides, they occur only in a sporadic form. Yet in general they have only been endured in a tamed and subjugated condition, for the system of the second kind, which prevailed in the country, ordered them to conform their teaching more or less closely to its own. Sometimes it not only subjugated them, but even employed their services and used them as a support, which is, however, a dangerous experiment. For these systems of the first kind, since they are deprived of power, believe they may advance themselves by craft, and never entirely lay aside a secret ill will, which at times comes unexpectedly into prominence, and inflicts injuries which are hard to heal. For they are further made the more dangerous by the fact that all the real sciences, not even excepting the most innocent, are their secret allies against the systems of the second kind, and without themselves being openly at war with the latter, suddenly and unexpectedly do great mischief in their province. Besides, the attempt which is aimed at by the enlistment referred to of the services of the systems of the first kind by the second, the attempt to add an inner authentication to a system whose original authentication was external, is in its nature perilous, for if it were capable of such an authentication, it would never have required an external one. And in general, it is always a hazardous thing to attempt to place a new foundation under a finished structure. Moreover, how should a religion require the suffrage of a philosophy? It has everything upon its side: revelation, tradition, miracles, prophecies, the protection of the government, the highest rank, as is due to the truth, the consent and reverence of all, 1,000 temples in which it is proclaimed and practised, bands of sworn priests, and, what is more than all, the invaluable privilege of being allowed to imprint its doctrines on the mind at the tender age of childhood, whereby they become almost like innate ideas. With such wealth of means at its disposal, still to desire the assent of poor philosophers, it must be more covetous, or to care about their contradiction it must be more fearful, than seems to be compatible with a good conscience. To the distinction established above between metaphysics of the first and of the second kind, we have yet to add the following. A system of the first kind, thus a philosophy, makes the claim, and has therefore the obligation in everything that it says, sensu stricto et proprio, to be true, for it appeals to thought and conviction. A religion, on the other hand, being intended for the innumerable multitude, who, since they are incapable of examination and thought, would never comprehend the profoundest and most difficult truths sensu proprio, has only the obligation to be true sensu allegorico. Truth cannot appear naked before the people. A symptom of this allegorical nature of religions is the mysteries, which are to be found perhaps in them all. Certain dogmas which cannot even be distinctly thought, not to speak of being literally true. Indeed, perhaps it might be asserted that some absolute contradictions, some actual absurdities, are an essential ingredient in a complete religion. For these are just the stamp of its allegorical nature, and the only adequate means of making the ordinary mind and the uncultured understanding feel what would be incomprehensible to it, that religion has ultimately to do with quite a different order of things, with an order of things in themselves, in the presence of which the laws of this phenomenal world, in conformity with which it must speak, vanish, and that therefore not only the contradictory, but also the comprehensible dogmas are really only allegories and accommodations to the human power of comprehension. It seems to me that it was in this spirit that Augustine and even Luther adhered to the mysteries of Christianity in opposition to Pelagianism, which sought to reduce everything to the dull level of comprehensibility. From this point of view, it is also conceivable how Tertullian could say in all seriousness, prorsus credibile est, quia ineptum est, certum est, quia impossibile. De Carne Christi 5. This allegorical nature of religions makes them independent of the proofs which are incumbent on philosophy, and in general withdraws them from investigation. Instead of this they require faith, that is, a voluntary admission that such is the state of the case. Since then, faith guides action, and the allegory is always so framed that as regards the practical it leads precisely to that which the truth sensu proprio would also lead to, religion is justified in promising to those who believe eternal salvation. Thus we see that in the main, and for the great majority, who cannot apply themselves to thought, religions very well supply the place of metaphysics in general, the need of which man feels to be imperative. They do this partly in a practical interest as the guiding star of their action, the unfurled standard of integrity and virtue, as Kant admirably expresses it, partly as the indispensable comfort in the heavy sorrows of life, in which capacity they fully supply the place of an objectively true metaphysic, because they lift man above himself and his existence in time, as well perhaps as such a metaphysic ever could. In this their great value, and indeed necessity, shows itself very clearly. For Plato says, and says rightly, philosophon plethos adunatan enai, that is, vulgus philosophum esse impossibile est, the Republic 6, page 89. On the other hand, the only stumbling stone is this, that religions never dare to confess their allegorical nature, but have to assert that they are true sensu proprio. They thereby encroach on the province of metaphysics proper, and call forth the antagonism of the latter, which has therefore expressed itself at all times when it was not chained up. The controversy which is so perseveringly carried on in our own day between supernaturalists and rationalists also rests on the failure to recognize the allegorical nature of all religion. Both wish to have Christianity true sensu proprio. In this sense, the former wish to maintain it without deduction, as it were with skin and hair, and thus they have a hard stand to make against the knowledge and general culture of the age. The latter wish to explain away all that is properly Christian, whereupon they retain something which is neither sensu proprio nor sensu allegorico true, but rather a mere platitude, little better than Judaism, or at the most a shallow Pelagianism, and what is worst, an abject optimism, absolutely foreign to Christianity proper. Moreover, the attempt to found a religion upon reason removes it into the other class of metaphysics, that which has its authentication in itself, thus to the foreign ground of the philosophical systems, and into the conflict which these wage against each other in their own arena, and consequently exposes it to the light fire of scepticism and the heavy artillery of the critique of pure reason. But for it to venture there would be clear presumption. End of chapter 17, part 1. Chapter 17, part 2, of Supplements to the First Book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea, or Thinking. From The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17, on Man's Need of Metaphysics, Part 2. It would be most beneficial to both kinds of metaphysics that each of them should remain clearly separated from the other and confine itself to its own province, that it may there be able to develop its nature fully. Instead of which, through the whole Christian era, the endeavor has been made to bring about a fusion of the two, for the dogmas and conceptions of the one have been carried over into the other, whereby both are spoiled. This has taken place in the most open manner in our own day in that strange hermaphrodite or centaur, the so‐called philosophy of religion, which, as a kind of gnosis, endeavours to interpret the given religion, and to explain what is true sensu allegorico through something which is true sensu proprio. But for this we would have to know and possess the truth sensu proprio already, and in that case such an interpretation would be superfluous. For to seek first to find metaphysics, that is, the truth sensu proprio, merely out of religion, by explanation and interpretation, would be a doubtful and dangerous undertaking, to which one would only make up one's mind if it were proved that truth, like iron and other base metals, could only be found in a mixed, not in a pure form, and therefore one could only obtain it by reduction from the mixed ore. Religions are necessary for the people, and an inestimable benefit to them. But if they oppose themselves to the progress of mankind in the knowledge of the truth, they must with the utmost possible forbearance be set aside. And to require that a great mind, a Shakespeare, a Goethe, should make the dogmas of any religion implicitly bona fide et sensu proprio, his conviction is to require that a giant should put on the shoe of a dwarf. Religions, being calculated with reference to the power of comprehension of the great mass of men, can only have indirect, not immediate truth. To require of them the latter is as if one wished to read the letters set up in the form chase instead of their impression. The value of a religion will accordingly depend upon the greater or less content of truth which it contains under the veil of allegory, and then upon the greater or less distinctness with which it becomes visible through this veil, thus upon the transparency of the latter. It almost seems that as the oldest languages are the most perfect, so also are the oldest religions. If I were to take the results of my philosophy as a standard of truth, I would be obliged to concede to Buddhism the preeminence over the rest. In any case, it must be a satisfaction to me to see my teaching in such close agreement with a religion which the majority of men upon the earth hold as their own, for it numbers far more adherents than any other. This agreement, however, must be the more satisfactory to me, because in my philosophizing I have certainly not been under its influence. For up till 1818, when my work appeared, there were very few, exceedingly incomplete and scanty accounts of Buddhism to be found in Europe, which were almost entirely limited to a few essays in the earlier volumes of Asiatic researches, and were principally concerned with the Buddhism of the Burmese. Only since then has fuller information about this religion gradually reached us, chiefly through the profound and instructive essays of the meritorious member of the St. Petersburg Academy, J. Schmidt, in the proceedings of his academy, and then little by little through several English and French scholars, so that I was able to give a fairly numerous list of the best works on this religion in my work Über den Willen in der Natur under the heading Sinologie. Unfortunately, Cosoma Korosi, that persevering Hungarian, who in order to study the language and sacred writings of Buddhism, spent many years in Tibet, and for the most part in Buddhist monasteries, was carried off by death just as he was beginning to work out for us the results of his researches. I cannot, however, deny the pleasure with which I read in his provisional accounts several passages cited directly from the Kagyu itself. For example, the following conversation of the dying Buddha with Brahma, who is doing him homage. There is a description of their conversation on the subject of creation. By whom was the world made? Shakya asks several questions of Brahma. Whether was it he who made or produced such and such things, and endowed or blessed them with such and such virtues or properties? Whether was it he who caused the several revolutions in the destruction and regeneration of the world? He denies that he had ever done anything to that effect. At last he himself asks Shakya how the world was made, by whom. Here are attributed all changes in the world to the moral works of the animal beings, and it is stated that in the world all is illusion, there is no reality in the things, all is empty. Brahma, being instructed in his doctrine, becomes his follower. Asiatic Researches, Vol. 20, page 434. I cannot place, as is always done, the fundamental difference of all religions in the question whether they are monotheistic, polytheistic, pantheistic, or atheistic, but only in the question whether they are optimistic or pessimistic, that is, whether they present the existence of the world as justified by itself, and therefore praise and value it, or regard it as something that can only be conceived as the consequence of our guilt, and therefore properly ought not to be, because they recognize that pain and death cannot lie in the eternal, original, and immutable order of things, and that which in every respect ought to be. The power by virtue of which Christianity was able to overcome first Judaism and then the heathenism of Greece and Rome lies solely in its pessimism, in the confession that our state is both exceedingly wretched and sinful, while Judaism and heathenism were optimistic. That truth, profoundly and painfully felt by all, penetrated and bore in its train the need of redemption. I turn to a general consideration of the other kind of metaphysics, that which has its authentication in itself and is called philosophy. I remind the reader of its origin, mentioned above, in a wonder concerning the world and our own existence, inasmuch as these press upon the intellect as a riddle, the solution of which therefore occupies mankind without intermission. Here, then, I wish first of all to draw attention to the fact that this could not be the case if, in Spinoza's sense, which in our own day has so often been brought forward again under modern forms and expositions as pantheism, the world were an absolute substance, and therefore an absolutely necessary existence. For this means that it exists with so great a necessity that beside it every other necessity comprehensible to our understanding as such must appear as an accident. It would then be something which comprehended in itself not only all actual, but also all possible existence. So that, as Spinoza indeed declares, its possibility and its actuality would be absolutely one. Its non-being would therefore be impossibility itself, thus it would be something the non-being or other being of which must be completely inconceivable, and which could therefore just as little be thought away as, for example, space or time. And since further we ourselves would be parts, modes, attributes, or accidents of such an absolute substance, which would be the only thing that in any case could ever or anywhere exist, our and its existence, together with its properties, would necessarily be very far from presenting itself to us as remarkable, problematical, and indeed as an unfathomable and ever disquieting riddle, but on the contrary would be far more self-evident than that 2 and 2 make 4. For we would necessarily be incapable of thinking anything else than that the world is and is as it is, and therefore we would necessarily be as little conscious of its existence as such, that is, as a problem for reflection, as we are of the incredibly fast motion of our planet. All this, however, is absolutely not the case. Only to the brutes, who are without thought, does the world and existence appear as a matter of course. To man, on the contrary, it is a problem, of which even the most uneducated and narrow-minded becomes vividly conscious in certain brighter moments, but which enters more distinctly and more permanently into the consciousness of each one of us the clearer and more enlightened that consciousness is, and the more material for thought it has acquired through culture, which all ultimately rises in minds that are naturally adapted for philosophizing to Plato's thaumazein, mala philosophikon pathos, that is, mirare valde philosophicis affectus, that is, to that wonder which comprehends in its whole magnitude that problem which unceasingly occupies the nobler portion of mankind in every age and in every land, and gives it no rest. In fact, the pendulum which keeps in motion the clock of metaphysics that never runs down, is the consciousness that the non-existence of this world is just as possible as its existence. Thus then the Spinozistic view of it as an absolutely necessary existence, that is, as something that absolutely and in every sense ought to and must be, is a false one. Even simple theism, since in its cosmological proof it tacitly starts by inferring the previous non-existence of the world from its existence, thereby assumes beforehand that the world is something contingent. Nay, what is more, we very soon apprehend the world as something the non-existence of which is not only conceivable, but indeed preferable to its existence. Therefore our wonder at it easily passes into a brooding over the fatality which could yet call forth its existence, and by virtue of which such stupendous power as is demanded for the production and maintenance of such a world could be directed so much against its own interest. The philosophical astonishment is therefore at bottom perplexed and melancholy. Philosophy, like the overture to Don Juan, commences with a minor chord. It follows from this that it can neither be Spinozism nor optimism. The more special nature, which has just been indicated, of the astonishment which leads us to philosophize clearly, springs from the sight of the suffering and the wickedness in the world, which, even if they were in the most just proportion to each other, and also were far outweighed by good, are yet something which absolutely and in general ought not to be. But since now nothing can come out of nothing, these also must have their germ in the origin or in the kernel of the world itself. It is hard for us to assume this if we look at the magnitude, the order and completeness of the physical world. For it seems to us that what had the power to produce such a world must have been able to avoid the suffering and the wickedness. That assumption, the truest expression of which is Ormuzd and Ariminez, it is easy to conceive, is hardest of all for theism. Therefore, the freedom of the will was primarily invented to account for wickedness. But this is only a concealed way of making something out of nothing, for it assumes an operari that proceeds from no esse. See Die beiden Grundprobleme der Ethik, page 58 and following, second edition, page 57 and following. Then it was sought to get rid of evil by attributing it to matter, or to unavoidable necessity, whereby the devil, who is really the right expediens ad hoc, was unwillingly set aside. To evil also belongs death. But wickedness is only the throwing of the existing evil from oneself onto another. Thus, as was said above, it is wickedness, evil, and death that qualify and intensify the philosophical astonishment. Not merely that the world exists, but still more that it is such a wretched world, is the punctum pruriens of metaphysics, the problem which awakens in mankind an unrest that cannot be quieted by skepticism, nor yet by criticism. We find physics also, in the widest sense of the word, occupied with the explanation of the phenomena in the world, but it lies in the very nature of its explanations themselves that they cannot be sufficient. Physics cannot stand on its own feet, but requires a metaphysic to lean upon, whatever airs it may give itself towards the latter. For it explains the phenomena by something still more unknown than they are themselves, by laws of nature resting upon forces of nature, to which the power of life also belongs. Certainly the whole present condition of all things in the world or in nature must necessarily be explicable from purely physical causes. But such an explanation, supposing one actually succeeded so far as to be able to give it, must always just as necessarily be tainted with two imperfections, as it were with two sores, or like Achilles with the vulnerable heel, or the devil with the horse's hoof. On account of which everything so explained really remains still unexplained. First, with this imperfection, that the beginning of every explanatory chain of causes and effects, that is, of connected changes, can absolutely never be reached, but just like the limits of the world in space and time, unceasingly recedes in infinito. Secondly, with this, that the whole of the efficient causes out of which everything is explained constantly rest upon something which is completely inexplicable, the original qualities of things and the natural forces which play a prominent part among them, by virtue of which they produce a specific kind of effect, for example weight, hardness, impulsive force, elasticity, warmth, electricity, chemical forces, etc., and which now remain in every explanation which is given, like an unknown quantity which absolutely cannot be eliminated in an otherwise perfectly solved algebraical equation. Accordingly, there is no fragment of clay, however little worth, that is not entirely composed of inexplicable qualities. Thus these two inevitable defects in every purely physical, that is, causal explanation, show that such an explanation can only be relative, and that its whole method and nature cannot be the only one, the ultimate, and thus the sufficient one, that is, cannot be the method of explanation that can ever lead to the satisfactory solution of the difficult riddle of things, and to the true understanding of the world and existence; but that the physical explanation in general, and as such, requires further a metaphysical explanation, which affords us the key to all its assumptions, but just on this account must necessarily follow quite a different path. The first step to this is that one should bring to distinct consciousness and firmly retain the difference of the two, hence the difference between physics and metaphysics. It rests in general on the Kantian distinction between phenomenon and thing in itself. Just because Kant held the latter to be absolutely unknowable, there was according to him no metaphysics, but merely immanent knowledge, that is, physics, which throughout can speak only of phenomena, and also a critique of the reason which strives after metaphysics. Here, however, in order to show the true point of connection between my philosophy and that of Kant, I shall anticipate the second book, and give prominence to the fact that Kant, in his beautiful exposition of the compatibility of freedom and necessity (Critique of Pure Reason, first edition, p. 532 554, and Critique of Practical Reason, p. 224 231 of Rosenkranz's edition), shows how one and the same action may in one aspect be perfectly explicable as necessarily arising from the character of the man, the influence to which he has been subject in the course of his life, and the motives which are now present to him, but yet in another aspect must be regarded as the work of his free will. And in the same sense, he says, section 53 of the Prolegomena, certainly natural necessity will belong to every connection of cause and effect in the world of sense. Yet, on the other hand, freedom will be conceded to that cause, which is not itself a phenomenon, though indeed it is the ground of phenomena. Thus, nature and freedom may without contradiction be attributed to the same thing, but in a different reference, in the one case as a phenomenon, in the other case as a thing in itself. What then Kant teaches of the phenomenon of man and his action, my teaching extends to all phenomena in nature, in that it makes the will, as a thing in itself, their foundation. This proceeding is justified first of all by the fact that it must not be assumed that man is specifically toto genere radically different from the other beings and things in nature, but rather that he is different only in degree. I turn back from this premature digression to our consideration of the inadequacy of physics to afford us the ultimate explanation of things. I say then, everything certainly is physical, but yet nothing is explicable physically. End of chapter 17, part 2. Chapter 17, part 3, of Supplements to the First Book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking, from The World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, chapter 17, on Man's Need of Metaphysics, part 3. As for the motion of the projected bullet, so also for the thinking of the brain, a physical explanation must ultimately be in itself possible, which would make the latter just as comprehensible as is the former. But even the former, which we imagine we understand so perfectly, is at bottom as obscure to us as the latter, for what the inner nature of expansion in space may be, of impenetrability, mobility, hardness, elasticity, and gravity, remains after all physical explanations a mystery, just as much as thought. But because in the case of thought the inexplicable appears most immediately, a spring was at once made here from physics to metaphysics, and a substance of quite a different kind from all corporeal substances was hypostasized. A soul was set up in the brain. But if one had not been so dull as only to be capable of being struck by the most remarkable of phenomena, one would have had to explain digestion by a soul in the stomach, vegetation by a soul in the plant, affinity by a soul in the reagents, nay, the falling of a stone by a soul in the stone. For the quality of every unorganized body is just as mysterious as the life in the living body. In the same way, therefore, the physical explanation strikes everywhere upon what is metaphysical, by which it is annihilated, that is, it ceases to be explanation. Strictly speaking, it may be asserted that no natural science really achieves anything more than what is also achieved by botany, the bringing together of similars, classification. A physical system which asserted that its explanation of things, in the particular from causes, and in general from forces, were really sufficient, and thus exhausted the nature of the world, would be the true naturalism. From Leucippus, Democritus, and Epicurus, down to the Système de la Nature, and further to Delamarck, Cabanis, and to the materialism that has again been warmed up in the last few years, we can trace the persistent attempt to set up a system of physics without metaphysics, that is, a system which would make the phenomenon the thing in itself. But all their explanations seek to conceal from the explainers themselves, and from others, that they simply assume the principal matter without more ado. They endeavour to show that all phenomena, even those of mind, are physical, and they are right. Only they do not see that all that is physical is in another aspect also metaphysical. But without Kant this is indeed difficult to see, for it presupposes the distinction of the phenomenon from the thing in itself. Yet without this Aristotle, much as he was inclined to empiricism, and far as he was removed from the Platonic hyperphysics, kept himself free from this limited point of view. He says, "Emen unmi estitis etira ousia paratas fuse funesticuias, ifusiki an ein proti epistimi e de estitis ousia akinitas, auti protera kai philosophia proti kai katholou utos oti proti kai peri tu ontas ion tautis an ei theorisai." That is, si igitur non est aliqua alia substantia praeter eas, quae natura consistunt, physica profecto prima scientia esset, quodsi autem est aliqua substantia immobilis, haec prior et philosophia prima, et universalis sic, quod prima, et de ente prout ens est, speculari huius est. Metaphysics 5.1. Such an absolute system of physics as is described above, which leaves room for no metaphysics, would make the natura naturata into the natura naturans. It would be physics established on the throne of metaphysics, yet it would comport itself in this high position almost like Holberg's theatrical would-be politician who was made burgomaster. Indeed, behind the reproach of atheism, in itself absurd, and for the most part malicious, there lies as its inner meaning and truth, which gives it strength, the obscure conception of such an absolute system of physics without metaphysics. Certainly such a system would necessarily be destructive of ethics. And while theism has falsely been held to be inseparable from morality, this is really true only of metaphysics in general. That is, of the knowledge that the order of nature is not the only and absolute order of things. Therefore we may set up this as the necessary credo of all just and good men: I believe in metaphysics. In this respect it is important and necessary that one should convince oneself of the untenable nature of an absolute system of physics. All the more as this, the true naturalism, is a point of view which of its own accord and ever anew presses itself upon a man, and can only be done away with through profound speculation. In this respect, however, all kinds of systems and faiths, so far and so long as they are accepted, certainly serve as a substitute for such speculation. But that a fundamentally false view presses itself upon man of its own accord, and must first be skilfully removed, is explicable from the fact that the intellect is not originally intended to instruct us concerning the nature of things, but only to show us their relations with reference to our will. It is, as we shall find in the second book, only the medium of motives. Now, that the world schematizes itself in the intellect in a manner which exhibits quite a different order of things from the absolutely true one, because it shows us not their kernel, but only their outer shell, happens accidentally, and cannot be used as a reproach to the intellect. All the less as it nevertheless finds in itself the means of rectifying this error, and that it arrives at the distinction between the phenomenal appearance and the inner being of things, which distinction existed in substance at all times, only for the most part was very imperfectly brought to consciousness, and therefore was inadequately expressed, indeed often appeared in strange clothing. The Christian mystics, when they call it the light of nature, declare the intellect to be inadequate to the comprehension of the true nature of things. It is, as it were, a mere surface force, like electricity, and does not penetrate to the inner being. The insufficiency of pure naturalism appears, as we have said, first of all, on the empirical path itself, through the circumstance that every physical explanation explains the particular from its cause. But the chain of these causes, as we know a priori, and therefore with perfect certainty, runs back to infinity, so that absolutely no cause could ever be the first. Then, however, the effect of every cause is referred to a law of nature, and this finally to a force of nature, which now remains as the absolutely inexplicable. But this inexplicable, to which all phenomena of this so clearly given and naturally explicable world, from the highest to the lowest, are referred, just shows that the whole nature of such explanation is only conditional, as it were only ex concessis, and by no means the true and sufficient one. Therefore I said above that physically everything and nothing is explicable. That absolutely inexplicable element which pervades all phenomena, which is most striking in the highest, for example in generation, but yet is just as truly present in the lowest, for example in mechanical phenomena, points to an entirely different kind of order of things lying at the foundation of the physical order, which is just what Kant calls the order of things in themselves, and which is the goal of metaphysics. But secondly, the insufficiency of pure naturalism comes out clearly from that fundamental philosophical truth which we have fully considered in the first half of this book, and which is also the theme of the Critique of Pure Reason. The truth that every object, both as regards its objective existence in general, and as regards the manner, forms of this existence, is throughout conditioned by the knowing subject, hence is merely a phenomenon, not a thing in itself. This is explained in section 7 of the first volume, and it is there shown that nothing can be more clumsy than that after the manner of all materialists one should blindly take the objective as simply given in order to derive everything from it without paying any regard to the subjective, through which, however, nay, in which alone, the former exists. Samples of this procedure are most readily afforded us by the fashionable materialism of our own day, which has thereby become a philosophy well suited for barbers and apothecaries' apprentices. For it, in its innocence, matter, assumed without reflection as absolutely real, is the thing in itself, and the one capacity of a thing in itself is impulsive force, for all other qualities can only be manifestations of this. With naturalism, then, or the purely physical way of looking at things, we shall never attain our end. It is like a sum that never comes out. Causal series without beginning or end, fundamental forces which are inscrutable, endless space, beginningless time, infinite divisibility of matter, and all this further conditioned by a knowing brain, in which alone it exists just like a dream, and without which it vanishes, constitute the labyrinth in which naturalism leads us ceaselessly round. The height to which in our time the natural sciences have risen in this respect entirely throws into the shade all previous centuries, and is a summit which mankind reaches for the first time. But however great are the advances which physics, understood in the wide sense of the ancients, may make, not the smallest step towards metaphysics is thereby taken, just as a plane can never obtain cubical content by being indefinitely extended. For all such advances will only perfect our knowledge of the phenomenon, while metaphysics strives to pass beyond the phenomenal appearance itself to that which so appears. And if indeed it had the assistance of an entire and complete experience, it would, as regards the main point, be in no way advantaged by it. Nay, even if one wandered through all the planets and fixed stars, one would thereby have made no step in metaphysics. It is rather the case that the greatest advances of physics will make the need of metaphysics ever more felt, for it is just the corrected, extended, and more thorough knowledge of nature which on the one hand always undermines and ultimately overthrows the metaphysical assumptions which till then have prevailed, but on the other hand presents the problem of metaphysics itself more distinctly, more correctly, and more fully, and separates it more clearly from all that is merely physical. Moreover, the more perfectly and accurately known nature of the particular thing more pressingly demands the explanation of the whole and the general, which, the more correctly, thoroughly, and completely it is known empirically, only presents itself as the more mysterious. Certainly the individual, simple investigator of nature, in a special branch of physics, does not at once become clearly conscious of all this. He rather sleeps contentedly by the side of his chosen maid in the house of Odysseus, banishing all thoughts of Penelope (compare chapter 12 at the end). Hence we see at the present day the husk of nature investigated in its minutest details, the intestines of intestinal worms, and the vermin of vermin known to a nicety. But if some one comes, as for example I do, and speaks of the kernel of nature, they will not listen. They even think it has nothing to do with the matter, and go on sifting their husks. One finds oneself tempted to call that over microscopical and micrological investigator of nature the Kockian of nature. But those persons who believe that crucibles and retorts are the true and only source of all wisdom, are in their own way just as perverse as were formerly their antipodes, the scholastics. As the latter, absolutely confined to their abstract conceptions, use these as their weapons, neither knowing nor investigating anything outside them, so the former, absolutely confined to their empiricism, allow nothing to be true except what their eyes behold, and believe they can thus arrive at the ultimate ground of things, not discerning that between the phenomenon and that which manifests itself in it, the thing in itself, there is a deep gulf, a radical difference, which can only be cleared up by the knowledge and accurate delimitation of the subjective element of the phenomenon, and the insight that the ultimate and most important conclusions concerning the nature of things can only be drawn from self-consciousness. Yet without all this one cannot advance a step beyond what is directly given to the senses, thus can get no further than to the problem. Yet on the other hand, it is to be observed that the most perfect possible knowledge of nature is the corrected statement of the problem of metaphysics. Therefore no one ought to venture upon this without having first acquired a knowledge of all the branches of natural science, which, though general, shall be thorough, clear, and connected, for the problem must precede its solution. Then, however, the investigator must turn his glance inward. For the intellectual and ethical phenomena are more important than the physical, in the same proportion as, for example, animal magnetism is a far more important phenomenon than mineral magnetism. The last fundamental secret man carries within himself, and this is accessible to him in the most immediate manner. Therefore it is only here that he can hope to find the key to the riddle of the world and gain a clue to the nature of all things. The special province of metaphysics thus certainly lies in what has been called mental philosophy. The ranks of living creatures thou dost lead before me, teaching me to know my brothers in air and water and the silent wood. Then to the cave secure thou leadest me, then show'st me mine own self, and in my breast the deep mysterious miracles unfold. Finally then, as regards the source or the foundation of metaphysical knowledge, I have already declared myself above to be opposed to the assumption, which is even repeated by Kant, that it must lie in mere conceptions. In no knowledge can conceptions be what is first, for they are always derived from some perception. What has led, however, to that assumption is probably the example of mathematics. Mathematics can leave perception altogether, and, as is especially the case in algebra, trigonometry, and analysis, can operate with purely abstract conceptions, nay, with conceptions which are represented only by signs instead of words, and can yet arrive at a perfectly certain result, which is still so remote that any one who adhered to the firm ground of perception could not arrive at it. But the possibility of this depends, as Kant has clearly shown, on the fact that the conceptions of mathematics are derived from the most certain and definite of all perceptions, from the a priori and yet intuitively known relations of quantity, and can therefore be constantly realised again and controlled by these, either arithmetically, by performing the calculations which are merely indicated by those signs, or geometrically, by means of what Kant calls the construction of the conceptions. This advantage, on the other hand, is not possessed by the conceptions out of which it was believed metaphysics could be built up, such, for example, as essence, being, substance, perfection, necessity, reality, finite, infinite, absolute, ground, etc. For such conceptions are by no means original, as fallen from heaven, or innate, but they also, like all conceptions, are derived from perceptions, and as, unlike the conceptions of mathematics, they do not contain the mere form of perception, but more, empirical perceptions must lie at their foundation. Thus nothing can be drawn from them which the empirical perceptions did not also contain, that is, nothing which was not a matter of experience, and which, since these conceptions are very wide abstractions, we would receive with much greater certainty at first hand from experience. For from conceptions nothing more can ever be drawn than the perceptions from which they are derived contain. If we desire pure conceptions, that is, such as have no empirical source, the only ones that can be produced are those which concern space and time, that is, the merely formal part of perception, consequently only the mathematical conceptions, or at most also the conception of causality, which indeed does not originate in experience, but yet only comes into consciousness by means of it, first in sense perception. Therefore experience indeed is only possible by means of it. But it also is only valid in the sphere of experience, on which account Kant has shown that it only serves to communicate the connection of experience, and not to transcend it. That thus it admits only of physical application, not of metaphysical. Certainly only its a priori origin can give apodictic certainty to any knowledge, but this limits it to the mere form of experience in general, for it shows that it is conditioned by the subjective nature of the intellect. Such knowledge, then, far from taking us beyond experience, gives only one part of experience itself, the formal part, which belongs to it throughout, and therefore is universal, consequently mere form without content. Since now metaphysics can least of all be confined to this, it must have also empirical sources of knowledge. Therefore that preconceived ideas of a metaphysic to be found purely a priori is necessarily vain. It is really a petitio principii of Kant's, which he expresses most distinctly in section 1 of the Prolegomena, that metaphysics must not draw its fundamental conceptions and principles from experience. In this it is assumed beforehand that only what we knew before all experience can extend beyond all possible experience. Supported by this, Kant then comes and shows that all such knowledge is nothing more than the form of the intellect for the purpose of experience, and consequently can never lead beyond experience, from which he then rightly deduces the impossibility of all metaphysics. But does it not rather seem utterly perverse that in order to discover the secret of experience, that is, of the world which alone lies before us, we should look quite away from it, ignore its content, and take and use for its material only the empty forms of which we are conscious a priori? Is it not rather in keeping with the matter that the science of experience in general, and as such, should also be drawn from experience? Its problem itself is given it empirically. Why should not the solution of it call in the assistance of experience? Is it not senseless that he who speaks of the nature of things should not look at things themselves, but should confine himself to certain abstract conceptions? The task of metaphysics is certainly not the observation of particular experiences, but yet it is the correct explanation of experience as a whole. Its foundation must therefore at any rate be of an empirical nature. Indeed, the a priori nature of a part of human knowledge will be apprehended by it as a given fact, from which it will infer the subjective origin of the same. Only because the consciousness of its a priori nature accompanies it, is it called by Kant transcendental as distinguished from transcendent, which signifies passing beyond all possibility of experience, and has its opposite in immanent, that is, remaining within the limits of experience. I gladly recall the original meaning of this expression introduced by Kant, with which, as also with that of the categories and many others, the apes of philosophy carry on their game at the present day. Now, besides this, the source of the knowledge of metaphysics is not outer experience alone, but also inner. Indeed, what is most peculiar to it, that by which the decisive step which alone can solve the great question becomes possible for it, consists, as I have fully and thoroughly proved in Über den Willen in der Natur, under the heading Physische Astronomie, in this, that at the right place it combines outer experience with inner, and uses the latter as a key to the former. End of chapter 17, part 3. Chapter 17, part 4, of Supplements to the First Book, second half. The Doctrine of the Abstract Idea or Thinking. From the World as Will and Idea, Volume 2, by Arthur Schopenhauer. The Doctrine of the Idea of Perception, Chapter 17. On Man's Need of Metaphysics. Part 4. The origin of metaphysics in empirical sources of knowledge, which is here set forth and which cannot fairly be denied, deprives it certainly of that kind of apodictic certainty which is only possible through knowledge a priori. This remains the possession of logic and mathematics, sciences, however, which really only teach what every one knows already, though not distinctly. At most, the primary elements of natural science may also be deduced from knowledge a priori. By this confession, metaphysics only surrenders an ancient claim, which, according to what has been said above, rested upon misunderstanding, and against which the great diversity and changeableness of metaphysical systems, and also the constantly accompanying skepticism in every age has testified. Yet against the possibility of metaphysics in general, this changeableness cannot be urged, for the same thing affects just as much all branches of natural science, chemistry, physics, geology, zoology, etc., and even history has not remained exempt from it. But when once, as far as the limits of human intellect allow, a true system of metaphysics shall have been found, the unchangeableness of a science which is known a priori will yet belong to it, for its foundation can only be experience in general, and not the particular and special experiences, by which, on the other hand, the natural sciences are constantly modified, and new material is always being provided for history. For experience as a whole and in general will never change its character for a new one. The next question is, how can a science drawn from experience pass beyond it and so merit the name of metaphysics? It cannot do so, perhaps, in the same way as we find a fourth number from three proportionate ones, or a triangle from two sides and an angle. This was the way of the pre-Kantian dogmatism, which, according to certain laws known to us a priori, sought to reason from the given to the not given, from the consequent to the reason, thus from experience to that which could not possibly be given in any experience. Kant proved the impossibility of a metaphysic upon this path, in that he showed that although these laws were not drawn from experience, they were only valid for experience. He therefore rightly taught that in such a way we cannot transcend the possibility of all experience. But there are other paths to metaphysics. The whole of experience is like a cryptograph, and philosophy the deciphering of it, the correctness of which is proved by the connection appearing everywhere. If this whole is only profoundly enough comprehended, and the inner experience is connected with the outer, it must be capable of being interpreted, explained from itself. Since Kant has irrefutably proved to us that experience in general proceeds from two elements, the forms of knowledge and the inner nature of things, and that these two may be distinguished in experience from each other as that of which we are conscious a priori, and that which is added a posteriori, it is possible at least in general to say what in the given experience, which is primarily merely phenomenal, belongs to the form of this phenomenon, conditioned by the intellect, and what, after deducting this, remains over for the thing in itself. And although no one can discern the thing in itself through the veil of the forms of perception, on the other hand every one carries it in himself, indeed is it himself, therefore in self-consciousness it must be in some way accessible to him, even though only conditionally. Thus, the bridge by which metaphysics passes beyond experience is nothing else than that analysis of experience into phenomenon and thing in itself, in which I have placed Kant's greatest merit. For it contains the proof of a kernel of the phenomenon different from the phenomenon itself. This can indeed never be entirely separated from the phenomenon, and regarded in itself as an ens extramundanum, but is always known only in its relations to and connections with the phenomenon itself. But the interpretation and explanation of the latter, in relation to the former, which is its inner kernel, is capable of affording us information with regard to it, which does not otherwise come into consciousness. In this sense, then, metaphysics goes beyond the phenomenon, that is, nature, to that which is concealed in or behind it, to meta, to physikon, always regarding it, however, merely as that which manifests itself in the phenomenon, not as independent of all phenomenal appearance. It therefore remains immanent, and does not become transcendent. For it never disengages itself entirely from experience, but remains merely its interpretation and explanation, since it never speaks of the thing in itself otherwise than in its relation to the phenomenon. This, at least, is the sense in which I, with reference throughout to the limitations of human knowledge proved by Kant, have attempted to solve the problem of metaphysics. Therefore his prolegomena to future metaphysics will be valid and suitable for mine also. Accordingly, it never really goes beyond experience, but only discloses the true understanding of the world which lies before it in experience. It is neither, according to the definition of metaphysics which even Kant repeats, a science of mere conceptions, nor is it a system of deductions from a priori principles, the uselessness of which for the end of metaphysics has been shown by Kant. But it is rational knowledge, drawn from perception of the external actual world and the information which the most intimate fact of self-consciousness affords us concerning it, deposited in distinct conceptions. It is accordingly the science of experience, but its subject and its source is not particular experiences, but the totality of all experience. I completely accept Kant's doctrine that the world of experience is merely phenomenal, and that the a priori knowledge is valid only in relation to phenomena. But I add that just as phenomenal appearance, it is the manifestation of that which appears, and with him I call this the thing in itself. This must therefore express its nature and character in the world of experience, and consequently it must be possible to interpret these from this world, and indeed from the matter, not the mere form of experience. Accordingly, philosophy is nothing but the correct and universal understanding of experience itself, the true exposition of its meaning and content. To this, the metaphysical, that is, that which is merely clothed in the phenomenon and veiled in its forms, is that which is related to it as thought to words. Such a deciphering of the world with reference to that which manifests itself in it must receive its confirmation from itself, through the agreement with each other in which it places the very diverse phenomena of the world, and which without it we do not perceive. If we find a document the alphabet of which is unknown, we endeavour to make it out until we hit upon an hypothesis as to the significance of the letters in accordance with which they make up comprehensible words and connected sentences. Then, however, there remains no doubt as to the correctness of the deciphering, because it is not possible that the agreement and connection in which all the letters of that writing are placed by this explanation is merely accidental, and that by attributing quite a different value to the letters, we could also recognize words and sentences in this arrangement of them. In the same way, the deciphering of the world must completely prove itself from itself. It must throw equal light upon all the phenomena of the world, and also bring the most heterogeneous into agreement, so that the contradiction between those which are most in contrast may be abolished. This proof from itself is the mark of genuineness. For every false deciphering, even if it is suitable for some phenomena, will conflict all the more glaringly with the rest. So, for example, the optimism of Leibniz conflicts with the palpable misery of existence. The doctrine of Spinoza, that the world is the only possible and absolutely necessary substance, is incompatible with our wonder at its existence and nature. The Wolffian doctrine, that man obtains his existentia and essentia from a will foreign to himself, is contradicted by our moral responsibility for the actions which proceed with strict necessity from these, in conflict with the motives. The oft-repeated doctrine of the progressive development of man to an ever higher perfection, or in general of any kind of becoming by means of the process of the world, is opposed to the a priori knowledge that at any point of time an infinite time has already run its course, and consequently all that is supposed to come with time would necessarily have already existed. And in this way an interminable list might be given of the contradictions of dogmatic assumptions with the given reality of things. On the other hand, I must deny that any doctrine of my philosophy could fairly be added to such a list, because each of them has been thought out in the presence of the perceived reality, and none of them has its root in abstract conceptions alone. There is yet in it a fundamental thought which is applied to all the phenomena of the world as their key, but it proves itself to be the right alphabet, at the application of which all words and sentences have sense and significance. The discovered answer to a riddle shows itself to be the right one by the fact that all that is said in the riddle is suitable to it. In the same way, my doctrine introduces agreement and connection into the confusion of the contrasting phenomena of this world, and solves the innumerable contradictions which, when regarded from any other point of view, it presents. Therefore, so far, it is like a sum that comes out right, yet by no means in the sense that it leaves no problem over to solve, no possible question unanswered. To assert anything of that sort would be a presumptuous denial of the limits of human knowledge in general. Whatever torch we may kindle, and whatever space it may light, our horizon will always remain bounded by profound night. For the ultimate solution of the riddle of the world must necessarily be concerned with the things in themselves, no longer with the phenomena. But all our forms of knowledge are adapted to the phenomena alone. Therefore we must comprehend everything through coexistence, succession, and causal relations. These forms, however, have meaning and significance only with reference to the phenomenon. The things in themselves and their possible relations cannot be apprehended by means of those forms. Therefore the actual, positive solution of the riddle of the world must be something that human intellect is absolutely incapable of grasping and thinking, so that if a being of a higher kind were to come and take all pains to impart it to us, we would be absolutely incapable of understanding anything of his expositions. Those, therefore, who profess to know the ultimate, that is, the first ground of things, thus a primordial being, an absolute, or whatever else they choose to call it, together with the process, the reasons, motives, or whatever it may be, in consequence of which the world arises from it, or springs or falls or is produced, set in existence, discharged and ushered forth, are playing tricks, are vain boasters, when indeed they are not charlatans. I regard it as a great excellence of my philosophy that all its truths have been found independently of each other, by contemplation of the real world. But their unity and agreement, about which I had been unconcerned, has always afterwards appeared of itself. Hence also it is rich, and has wide-spreading roots in the ground of perceptible reality, from which all nourishment of abstract truths springs. And hence again it is not wearisome, a quality which, to judge from the philosophical writings of the last 50 years, one might regard as essential to philosophy. If, on the other hand, all the doctrines of a philosophy are merely deduced the one out of the other, and ultimately indeed all out of one first principle, it must be poor and meagre, and consequently wearisome, for nothing can follow from a proposition except what it really already says itself. Moreover, in this case everything depends upon the correctness of one proposition, and by a single mistake in the deduction the truth of the whole would be endangered. Still less security is given by the systems which start from an intellectual intuition, that is, a kind of ecstasy or clairvoyance. All knowledge so obtained must be rejected as subjective, individual, and consequently problematical. Even if it actually existed, it would not be communicable, for only the normal knowledge of the brain is communicable. If it is abstract, through conceptions and words; if purely perceptible or concrete, through works of art. If, as so often happens, metaphysics is reproached with having made so little progress, it ought also to be considered that no other science has grown up like it under constant oppression. None has been so hampered and hindered from without as it has always been by the religion of every land, which, everywhere in possession of a monopoly of metaphysical knowledge, regards metaphysics as a weed growing beside it, as an unlicensed worker, as a horde of gypsies, and as a rule tolerates it only under the condition that it accommodates itself to serve and follow it. For where has there ever been true freedom of thought? It has been vaunted sufficiently. But whenever it wishes to go further than perhaps to differ about the subordinate dogmas of the religion of the country, a holy shudder seizes the prophets of intolerance, and they say, not a step further. What progress of metaphysics was possible under such oppression? Nay, this constraint which the privileged metaphysics exercises is not confined to the communication of thoughts, but extends to thinking itself, for its dogmas are so firmly imprinted in the tender, plastic, trustful, and thoughtless age of childhood, with studied solemnity and serious airs, that from that time forward they grow with the brain, and almost assume the nature of innate thoughts, which some philosophers have therefore really held them to be, and still more have pretended to do so. Yet nothing can so firmly resist the comprehension of even the problem of metaphysics as a previous solution of it intruded upon and early implanted in the mind. For the necessary starting point for all genuine philosophy is the deep feeling of the Socratic, this one thing I know, that I know nothing. The ancients were in this respect in a better position than we are, for their national religions certainly limited somewhat the imparting of thoughts, but they did not interfere with the freedom of thought itself, because they were not formally and solemnly impressed upon children, and in general were not taken so seriously. Therefore in metaphysics the ancients are still our teachers. Whenever metaphysics is reproached with its small progress, and with not having yet reached its goal in spite of such sustained efforts, one ought further to consider that in the meanwhile it has constantly performed the invaluable service of limiting the boundless claims of the privileged metaphysics, and yet at the same time combating naturalism and materialism proper, which are called forth by it as an inevitable reaction. Consider to what a pitch the arrogance of the priesthood of every religion would rise if the belief in their doctrines was as firm and blind as they really wish. Look back also at the wars, disturbances, rebellions and revolutions in Europe from the 8th to the 18th century. How few will be found that have not had as their essence or their pretext some controversy about beliefs, thus a metaphysical problem which became the occasion of exciting nations against each other. Yet is that whole 1,000 years a continual slaughter, now on the battlefield, now on the scaffold, now in the streets, in metaphysical interests. I wish I had an authentic list of all crimes which Christianity has really prevented, and all good deeds it has really performed, that I might be able to place them in the other scale of the balance. Lastly, as regards the obligations of metaphysics, it has only one, for it is one which endures no other beside it, the obligation to be true. If one would impose other obligations upon it besides this, such as to be spiritualistic, optimistic, monotheistic, or even only to be moral, One cannot know beforehand whether this would not interfere with the fulfilment of that first obligation, without which all its other achievements must clearly be worthless. A given philosophy has accordingly no other standard of its value than that of truth. For the rest, philosophy is essentially world wisdom. Its problem is the world. It has to do with this alone, and leaves the gods in peace; expects, however, in return, to be left in peace by them. End of chapter 17 and supplements to the first book.